update was about. There was an OBS update this morning, and I didn't do it. I was like, I don't want to risk that the update's going to break something. Oh, I know what it was. I did a Windows update this morning, and I'll bet that reset all of my... I kind of have my sound drivers a little hacked so that I can do a preamp. Yeah, all that got disabled. Yeah. That's exactly what that was. Oh, maybe not. Weird. Okay, well, whatever. As long as the microphone works. We do a quick test to see if we could watch a video. Because they're doing a big overhaul on Java for performance, and I'm a little curious about that. Nope, can't pipe that audio in either. Okay. It looks like the latest update, like, broke the Windows sound driver somehow. But that's okay. As long as the microphone works and the headphones work, we'll make it work. But yeah, when I run Spotify, instead of having like one audio output like it normally does, now it has 4. And none of them seem to do anything. If you've ever done like virtual audio cables in Windows, yeah. Anyhow, all right. Let me make a cup of coffee and we'll get started. So I'm mostly recovered from the flu here, just in time to come down with a wonderful case of ringworm, which the pharmacist looked at me like I was crazy. She's like, "Honey, I don't think you can get ringworm down here. It's like -5% humidity. Like, it's fungus can't live down here." And I was like, well, it's either ringworm or skin cancer. And she was like, yeah, okay, put the ointment on it, and if it doesn't clear up in 2 weeks, go to a dermatologist. So yeah, just like out of the frying pan and into the fire. I used to get ringworm a lot as a kid because I grew up in the swamps of Georgia, so that's kind of how I recognized it. And yeah, I was just as baffled. I was like, how the fuck? It's a fungal infection of the skin. It's just like a little itchy patch that goes away in like a few weeks with a cream. But like, how the fuck did I catch it? I never leave the house. I don't interact with other humans. It just didn't make sense. It must have been that crazy girl I went on a few dates with, the one who kept showing up like really trashed. She had an emotional support dog, and that dog was hanging out on my bed. That's probably where it came from. But yeah, it was a total mystery for like a week of like, how the fuck did I catch this thing? Yeah, no partner. I did not handle that well. I was still pretty sick the second week. If you remember last Monday's stream, I was like pretty feverish and couldn't really focus too well. And then I found out the next morning that I didn't get partner. Apparently they rejected me immediately. They rejected me so quickly that I didn't realize I had been rejected. I sent my application, and the next morning I got back an email, which I didn't even look at. I just thought it said, like, we have received your application. And I was like, oh, okay, they've received it. So that means it's probably in the queue, and like a week later I'll get an update. A day or two goes by. I'm just like, oh, well, let me go read the email and see what it said. And like, yeah, literally the next morning they were like, despite the fact that you have the numbers, we cannot offer you partner at this time. And I was like, oh, but why? Okay, whatever. I wrote an email to Twitch support to be like, hey guys, this is supposed to take like a week or two. Like, the application said this could take a week or two. When you sent me the original like submission received email. It said it could take like a week or two, and I was rejected like in 20 hours. Put in the application at 9 a.m., 8 a.m. the next day, I got the email that said I was rejected. I think it was even less than that. It was anyhow. So I sent an email to Twitch support. And I'm like, was this a mistake? Was this a glitch? You know, can we like appeal this somehow? Like, can you take a look at my longer term numbers? Because I've been pretty consistent for like 3 years. I'm not like a new streamer. Kind of the only one doing financial technology on the whole platform. And I'm kind of one of the only Java engineers in the category. Maybe we could, and you know, no response at all. They just ignored it. So I was about to let that go. And this is going to sound kind of awful. I was about to let it go and just move on with my life when I saw somebody else get partner. And I'm not going to call them out because it would be pointless to do so. But this person got partner with 165 hours streamed total. Total. They've only been on the platform for 90 days. They stream 2 hours a day and only to promote an OnlyFans account. They don't game, they don't chat, they don't interact with chat. They just come on and talk about all the content that they're creating on OnlyFans and how you have to go to their OnlyFans to get it. Every other message in the chat is all my socials, all my socials. This person is only here to promote pornography. They were given partner. The same day I was not given partner. That's what made it hurt. That's what made it really, really hurt. It was as if the CEO himself had come down from on high to say, oh, that's cute, kid, all your hard work. Maybe if you had a nice set of titties you were willing to show me, we'd let you in. That didn't feel good. And I was so upset at that I had to take a few more days off. And that's kind of where I've been. I just completely and totally lost all interest in playing this game for one more second when I saw that. It was like, this person is here to sell pornography on your platform to your user base, which you know to be underaged. Approved. I'm trying to teach people financial technology, that hedge fund managers are not these evil boogeymen, that this is something that you can do yourself in your own home if you want to, how to navigate the industry. I know. It just, I don't want to ramble about it too much, but it really fucking hurt. It made it very clear to me that there's a double standard here. It's not Tim or Tom or whatever. It's this approval process is outsourced to contractors on the other side of the planet where they don't have pornography, where porn is pretty strictly illegal. I think that's something to do with what's happening here. Twitch got into a lot of problems with their moderation policies when they outsourced the moderation team to a company in Egypt. And then October 7th happened. Or whatever date it was. I think it was October 7th. And then suddenly there's all this like rampant anti-Semitism on the platform because the moderation team doesn't see that as like being bad. I think it's a similar thing happening here where like the gatekeeping to partner has implicit biases that basically have to do with whether or not you're making porn. Just my hypothesis. I have no way of knowing this, but I went down a rabbit hole. I had it in my head that I was going to call the chief operating officer of Twitch. That I was going to get the chief operating officer on the phone and say, like, I have concerns. I know you're going to ignore them. I have concerns. I know I'm not important. I have concerns. But I discovered there is no chief operating officer of Twitch. They departed for Blackstone 3 years ago. And no one noticed. Did you know that? Did you know that Twitch hasn't had a chief operating officer in 3 years? What does a chief operating officer do? Well, they're in charge of operations. Well, why wouldn't you need a chief operating officer if we don't have any operations? That really started getting into my head. And I was like, no. There must be an interim acting chief operating officer. There's no way Twitch just has nothing going on that you don't need a COO to manage it. And then I found out that the chief customer officer departed 2 months ago. No press release, no tweet, no announcement. They're just gone. I reach out to this person on LinkedIn. Hi, who's the interim chief customer officer at Twitch? No response. And then it really dawned on me. It really dawned on me what's actually happening at Twitch. And there was a lot of bitterness and anger that led me down this rabbit hole, but the conclusion I feel is still completely valid. So hear me out. Twitch doesn't have a chief operating officer or a chief customer officer because Twitch is not expanding or growing operations. Twitch does not really care about the customer or even the average streamer because hold that thought. There is a Pareto distribution of viewership. We talk about the Pareto distribution on this stream all the time. It's the 80-20 rule, right? Like 20% of the dudes are banging 80% of the chicks, right? That kind of thing. So Twitch is all live. The VOD stuff doesn't matter, right? So you have a handful of people, a handful of streamers who are the vast majority of hours watched on the platform. They may be the vast minority of hours broadcast, right? Because Asmongold, does like 4 or 5 hours a day or something versus a 24-hour streamer. But Asmon's viewership is probably like 1/3 of the platform in terms of hours watched. When you combine Asmon with the OTK union, and I realize OTK is a union. They're a union of the top streamers that use their collective bargaining power to make sure that they don't get banned on any of the platforms, right? OTK is Mizkif, Imaru, Morgpie, Asmon. It was about to be Pirate Software too until the last minute. So OTK is a streamers union. And it perfectly made sense in my head. I was like, okay, so if you have OTK is probably half, if you include Asmongold, half of all hours viewed on Twitch in Western markets. There's a reason you don't have a chief customer officer. Because it doesn't matter if Primogen gets banned from Twitch for a month. No one cares. But if Asmon catches an accidental ban, or if anyone at OTK catches an accidental ban, every hour that they're offline is directly impacting Twitch's bottom line, right? Because live is all that matters, and a handful of streamers are half of all of the ads delivered, half of all the hours viewed, half of all the subs and donos, half of all the revenue for the platform comes from a handful of streamers, right? So you don't want to risk them being offline for any amount of time. That's why they have Dan Clancy's personal phone number, so that they can call the CEO and say, you got to get us back on the platform or we're walking. Or me and the rest of the OTK crew or whoever am going to kick. Now, even if they don't threaten to go to kick, just having your number 1 or your number 4 streamer knocked offline for an hour is so much ad delivery that doesn't happen that it will affect your bottom line that quarter. So if OTK like walks collectively, if they just say we're not happy with how we're being treated, we've got an exclusivity deal at Kick or YouTube, we're all going to YouTube or Kick, that would kill Twitch. Like, it doesn't matter that there's an adpocalypse. It doesn't matter if 90% of the little streamers leave. It really does boil down to a handful of people who matter, and everyone else simply does not. When it comes to the revenue that Twitch generates at the bottom line, as a wholly owned, synergized subsidiary of Amazon in the portfolio of Steve Boom, who's the real CEO of Twitch, by the way. That's what Twitch is. It's a line item on a spreadsheet of wholly owned media subsidiaries. And if one of the key streamers gets pissed or gets banned inappropriately or gets banned appropriately, the bottom line on that line item goes down. Now I'm wrapping up my conclusion here. This is why a handful of streamers get the CEO's personal phone number and the rest of us get ignored by Twitch support because there's nobody manning the account. That is the only way that makes sense for the Twitch business model. This is not me being bitter and angry. This is me finally understanding. Dan Clancy's not the CEO of Twitch. Steve Boom is the CEO of Twitch. Dan Clancy is the Chief Public Relations Officer and handler to the top 20 to 50 streamers. That's his job. That's why all day, every day, you see him networking with only the top streamers on the platform. His job is to go shake their hand, say, I'm the CEO, here's my phone number. If you have any problems, call me directly. You do not have a handler anymore. Most top tier partners, they have like a partner handler who's like their agent, their representative to Twitch. So when they're upset, they call their handler. Their handler does the stuff internally. They're getting rid of the handlers because you only need them for this handful of people. And Dan Clancy is being that person now. So that's his job, is to be the friendly face to the big talent so that when they get upset, they feel like they have the ear of the man in charge. That is what's happening on Twitch today. It is running on autopilot. The business model is keep our big streamers happy so they keep streaming on our platform because that's how we generate ad revenue. This is why there's been only one significant update to the mobile app in 7 years, even though that's 70% of their viewership now is on mobile. That's why they don't have a chief operating officer, because there is no operation to expand into mobile. There is no operation to expand into new markets. There is no operation to innovate into new services. Twitch is on autopilot. It is a kingmaker system with a handful of very large names, the way any media network becomes. CNN, MSNBC, Fox, you name it. Through attrition, through talent, through meritocracy, through whatever. A handful of big names, your Rachel Maddow's and your Tucker Carlson's and your Anderson Coopers, they raise to the top to the point where they have tremendous bargaining power over the network. And they become bigger than the network. Like OTK, I would say, is bigger than Twitch. If OTK left Twitch and boycotted it, that would probably be the end of Twitch. At least the end of Twitch in Western markets. They'd just lose so much revenue. You need a new big name to take. It's like when Tucker Carlson left Fox News. It killed Fox News. If Rachel Maddow left MSNBC, it would kill MSNBC. Anyhow, it was a big wake-up call for me. It was a big wake-up call for me. Not like, oh, I'm unimportant, but it was a wake-up call of like, oh, this thing that you like fantasize about being on Twitch is just not practical. and you don't even really want it. And if you had it, this is what it would be like. So maybe you need to reprioritize your goals and focus on things that are actually going to get you the hedge fund that you want, the capital that you want, and the access to talent and brain power that you need to succeed. And just fuck Twitch partner. That's kind of where I came out. Is like, oh, people tell you like it doesn't mean anything, but you still have this like fantasy in your head of like getting into the cool kids club. When you realize the cool kids club is just another layer and like a stratified series of false incentives, it just kind of broke the illusion for me in a big way. So I'm not going to pay any attention to my numbers anymore. Twitch is probably not going to be our primary platform anymore. And we're going to do some more stuff that I just want to do, because the partner grind destroyed the love of streaming for me. And I really want to reconnect with the love of streaming, of just like being here, entertaining you, and just sharing my thoughts with the world, as it were. So yeah, we might like do some gaming streams, which I've wanted to do for years. I've just wanted to like play Alien Isolation on stream and just have a cozy, spooky time with chat. But I've been terrified to do anything that might risk my numbers. Having gotten the numbers through sacrifice and still being rejected. It's like, why am I making streaming unfun for me to get a purple check mark that doesn't do anything, right? Last year, there were 50,000 people who were qualified to go into the Partners Lounge at TwitchCon. 50,000. 10,000 were there. 10,000 people in the exclusive Partners Lounge. If you don't know, I did sneak in 2023. And it was still packed. There were like 2,000 or 3,000 people in there. I think that's why I was able to slip in and out. It's just the size of the people in a very small room. So now there has been for like years, there is a secret second order Partners Lounge only for the partners that actually matter. Like Asmongold and Imaru and Pokimane are not hanging out in the Partners Lounge with 10,000 losers. They are hanging out in the Gold Star Partners Lounge, super VIP, where there's like free food and shit. Yeah, like Stocky gets to go into the super secret premium. Yeah, so like fuck all that. Fuck all that favoritism. And even that is yet another in a stratified series of false incentives where you're grinding harder to make Twitch more money. Anyhow, I became completely disillusioned, and I just don't care about the numbers anymore. And I want to reconnect with my love of streaming. And didn't Pokimane retire? She was streaming last night. Pokimane got pissed off that she didn't get an exclusivity contract from Kick, and so she said that she's retiring in the hopes that one of the major platforms would offer her an exclusivity deal, and none of them did. So, I don't know what's in her brain, but if I had to guess, she took the hint, and that's when she really prioritized diversification into other industries. Like, that's when she started doing, like, a fashion label and cookie deals, like white label coffee, white label cookies. She was like, okay, if my brand is not such that, like, someone's going to offer me an exclusivity deal like XQC or Dr. Disrespect, then... I mean, imagine how she would feel if it's like, even Amaranth got $6 million. And no one's even calling me Pokimane. That would be a big wake-up call. Like, ooh, fuck. I need to parlay my brand into other revenue streams before I completely fade away. And I sympathize with her, too, because... And she's commented on this publicly. Like, if she did OnlyFans, she would make tens of millions of dollars. But she doesn't want to objectify herself that way. She doesn't want to do something that she might be embarrassed at like later in life. So she doesn't, and she's almost being punished for that. I don't know, I kind of sympathize in a way. That's kind of why it hurts so much when I didn't get partner and an OnlyFans content creator with half my followers, half my subs, and only 165 hours streamed was given partner the same day. Like, I imagine Pokimane might have felt a little bit like that. Like, oh, I see. So if my, like, tits were out, maybe. Anyhow, okay, let me finish making some coffee. I just had to get that off my chest. So the long and short version is I was very burned out going into the partner application. I had been promising myself time off. As soon as we got it, I was going to take like 2 weeks off. We didn't get it. It hit me like a sack of bricks, and I was still recovering from the worst flu, the worst sickness I've ever had in my adult life. So it was like 1, 2, 3 punch. I was laid out for about 2 weeks, but we're back now, and I've even had the time to consult with a quant friend in the UK who has taken a look at our work and given us a very, very harsh but needed reality check as to the fact that we've basically built an overfitting machine, which is kind of my worst fear. So we're not going to be doing a whole lot of work on Moneypenny from now on. We might refactor it a little bit into an automated research tool for doing feature importance analysis on different tactical applications of a given signal. But we got to get away from the idea that Moneypenny, our strategy discovery engine, our strategy search engine, is going to actually find us good strategies. The key to finding good strategies is finding signals that are predictive. Moneypenny, at best, can enhance a predictive signal by identifying key features that make it more predictable, that make it more predictive. But beyond that, it's really only useful for rapidly testing a large collection of tactics on a new signal, to sort of point the direction at how a signal might be exploited. And while we could push that strategy directly to production, we probably don't want to. We probably want to use that as just sort of pointing the way towards what tactics we should be looking at for further strategy refinement. So yeah, we're going to be getting more into the traditional quant type stuff because that's really what we've been avoiding for all these years, and there's no more avoiding it. We've built everything that we need. Now we need a good signal. So good day, everyone. Make my coffee here, and we'll get to it. Thank you for listening to my rant. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate that. So yeah, we're not partner, but I don't care anymore. So we will probably be doing some gaming streams in the near future. I kind of want to do a playthrough of Alien Isolation, and I haven't let myself do it because of the partner thing. So thank you, everybody. Is this going to become a paid product in the future? No. The Moneypenny strategy search engine is largely just a toy now. It's not actually going to be useful for finding strategies unless you already have a pretty predictive signal to feed it. And that's sort of the revelation that I had over the last week. Like I said, I talked to a quant friend in the UK who's got a lot more like industry experience than I do. He's seen a lot more operations than I can even imagine, just in terms of businesses and how they're making money. And he was like, yeah, what you're doing is very similar to something a colleague of mine did. And, it worked for him, but like at the end of the day, it didn't really save him a whole lot of time. And, no matter what, you're going to be back at a Python notebook playing around with data. So like, stop trying to, hack around the problem of actually finding some edge. Yeah, Moneypenny is the project we've been working on. So it's pretty much going to get mothballed. We're done with it. Like, we built it. It does what we intended for it to do, but it's not going to crack the stock market for us. So yeah, we're basically back to the drawing board today in a lot of ways. But, you know, yeah, that's kind of part of the 1, 2, 3 gut punch for me was we didn't get partner. I got to mothball what we've been working on for the last 4 years. And we're basically going back to zero. So what's the plan now? Well, we have been thinking about this a lot, about what we would do if Moneypenny failed. And it is to go to Marcus Lopez de Prado's Tactical Strategy Factory. It would actually be Moneypenny 3. The one we were working on was Moneypenny 2. Could be Moneypenny 4, depending on how you interpret the versions. But anyhow, so we're basically going to traditional quant tactics. We're going to find predictive signals in Python. And then we can use the Moneypenny framework to build strategies in Java that we can trade on interactive brokers using the insights that we gain through our Python research. The strategy search engine that we built will now just become a feature importance analysis that automates backtesting with a bunch of different tactics. So it'll still be useful, but it's not like the end-all, be-all thing that we thought it was going to be. Going for machine learning? No, not machine learning. Just plain old statistics. Today, we're going to be taking a look at price elasticity, which is how much the price of a particular asset moves in response to, say, $1 million of shares changing hands, or 1 million shares changing hands. We'll figure out which is the smarter way to adjust it. But the whole idea is, like, you know, if we're plugging in $1 million a second and the price is only moving a few pips, and then suddenly that same $1 million a second is moving it 10 times as much, the elasticity has increased, right? So the idea that we want to explore is we know that price elasticity is a metric. It's a thing that we can measure. But is it predictive of itself? So, for example, you know, does a very high readout predict that the next readout is going to be high? And does a low readout predict that the next readout is going to be low? We see this in the volatility itself. Whenever a stock is going apeshit, like, it tends to go apeshit for more than an instant. Like, the moments of apeshitness tend to cluster together. So if it's going apeshit right now, it's a high probability that it's going to be going apeshit in the next minute. So we're going to take a look at that. So yeah, basically Jupyter Notebooks moving forward. Do I suggest Python or C++ for creating a trading bot as a beginner? Python, definitely. And you need to know going into this that you are not going to find a God strategy that generates $1,000 a day or whatever it is that you have in your head. That's not going to happen. That's not realistic. I'm sorry. I got to drill this into your head now. There's only 2 ways to make money as an algo trader. You either have to predict the future, or you have to find some subtle inefficiency that you can arbitrage away. For example, the market historically tends to overestimate volatility, future volatility. Because, you know, fuck it, anything could happen. The meteor could hit, the aliens could land, the super plague could get released, all in the next 10 minutes. But if none of that happens, then we overpriced volatility 10 minutes ago, right? This happens all the time, all throughout the market. And you can arbitrage that away. But if you do it exactly perfectly, you will still suffer massive drawdowns. And in the long run, when that expected value is finally fully captured, it's going to be less than the yield on a treasury bond. And with a treasury bond, you can just buy it and then go play Minecraft. You don't have to actively trade to arbitrage this inefficiency, right? So you can make a trading bot in Python, but finding any kind of a trading strategy that has a positive expected value is as difficult as playing blackjack for a living. It really is. What about Go? Can we use Go? Yeah, you can use Go, whatever. Go is fine. Python is probably going to be easier. So since we're pivoting, I'd look at Quant Connect. No, not in a million years would I ever go through Quant Connect. Go read the fine print. If you come up with something, they will offer to buy it from you. If you do not sell it to them, they will steal it from you. It's right there in the fine print. It's not that algo trading is a lie. It's that macro alpha is there's just none left. To come up with an algorithm that like always wins and never loses and doesn't take any like risk, you'd have to have some predictive factor that nobody else has that is actually really important. And that's kind of hard to find. That means you have to have like a data set that nobody else has, and it has to be something that's really, really important. So for example, the weather around natural gas pipelines going from South Dakota to Kansas, right? That weather, the ambient temperature, dictates the pressure inside the pipe, dictates how much they can push through the pipe on a given day. So if you can predict the weather to the 10th of a degree more accurately than the weather forecasts, and you can plot that out every sector all the way down the pipeline, then maybe you can figure out that this futures contract on delivery of this amount of oil on this date is slightly overpriced because they can't actually deliver it that quickly on this one day between here and there. We're talking about like fractions of a fraction of a percent, what we call basis points. Then you could arbitrage that away. And maybe if you had a large amount of capital, that would generate a reasonable profit. But we're still talking about like 0.1%. So can't we use some NASA? Yes, but my point is people are already doing that. So even if you went and did all of that, you'd still be 5 steps behind the guys at Millennium and Cubist and Point 72 and Citadel, who are all sitting there with their own private weather satellites and teams of meteorologists who wrote their PhD theses on like how low pressure waves affect the ambient temperature of this particular county in Kansas. So, what we're trying to do is very, very difficult. And I was under the impression, if we could just cram enough factors, enough features, enough tactics, and enough signals into this search engine, then it can find the right piece, right? It can find the subspecies of strategy that is actually effective. So I started digging into some of the research on this that I've kind of been afraid to peek into because it's research that literally says, Algo bro, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. And when the headline is Algo bro, you are wrong, my ego makes it very difficult for me to read that article. Anyhow, so I read it. And what we're doing is called p-hacking. And the fact that we were doing it with a limited feature space meant that we were doing what's it called? Few shot p-hacking. But it's still p-hacking. So more likely than not, data dredging. More likely than not, anything that Moneypenny came up with that did not have a predictive signal at its heart would be overfit. It's just like simple statistical fact. We could guesstimate the probability of it being overfit, but like the more filtering it does, the higher the probability of it being overfit. So it's sort of like the better the strategy it finds, the more likely it is to be a false positive. So, did some reading over the last week on why what we're doing was never going to work. And I consulted with a friend in the UK who works at quant shops over there, who has a long, successful track record. And he was like, all right, dude, it's a wake-up call time. Like, if you want to do this with your life, here are the techniques that actually get results, and they're very boring. You sit down with Python and a huge data set until you find something, and that's the only way you're going to go forward. You can use your tool to help you out here and there, but it's not going to do all the work for you, unfortunately. So we're still hoping to build a miniaturized multi-strategy fund. We're not going to put as much stock into our strategy discovery tool. And we're just going to start fucking around with data and exploring our theories to see if we can find predictive signals and then figure out how to exploit them. Now, predictive can mean many things. Not necessarily predictive that the price is going to go up. Maybe it's just predictive that the volatility is going to be such, or predictive that the gamma could go up, or the delta on a particular strike could go down. There's a lot of things that you can predict to make money that aren't necessarily the directional movement of the price. There's derivatives and second-order derivatives that we could also predict to make money. Right, like theta. Like we said earlier, like if expected volatility is historically overpriced, then you can use theta positive credit spreads to take advantage of that. And that's the kind of stuff that we're interested in. So today we're going to look at price elasticity because we have previously hypothesized that when we see increasing price elasticity, it could be a hint that the market makers are turning off their market making algorithms, which, if you don't know, market makers provide liquidity. When you buy and sell a stock, more often than not, you're not trading against me or some other schlub. You're trading against Millennium, Point72, Cubis, Citadel, etc. and their market making desks for that particular asset. They sort of bet that volatility is not going to happen. So they'll buy it and sell it and buy it and sell it and capture that spread all day long until it starts fucking around. We're not really sure what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes. We don't want to sell the winning lottery ticket. So we stop. We stop market making. We stop doing the spread. And then the spread widens because we're not in there doing it. When it widens, the elasticity of the price should go up. So can we detect that? We know it's there somewhere in the data. It has to happen theoretically. So is it really happening? Can we detect it? And this is the key. Is it autocorrelated? If this minute has a very high elasticity, will the next minute have a very high elasticity? If so, we can probably exploit that because now we have something that's predictive of something. We just need to figure out how to exploit that thing that we're predicting, which is the next million shares, $1 million or minute is going to have a price elasticity of approximately X. I'm not really sure how we exploit that, but we'll figure that out once we find the thing. So, coffee, and then we're going to do that. Chat, what coffee do you enjoy? I know, I'm lame. I switched from Chamberlain coffee back to Dunkin'. Because I can't find Chamberlain coffee anymore. They stopped carrying it at Walmart. You never had Dunkin' coffee? It's pretty good. Warm tap water. I used to do instant coffee. I was a big instant coffee dude for a long time. But when I switched to the real stuff, the instant never tastes as good anymore. I don't know why. It's just not as good. So if you've been watching the stream for 2 years, you've seen us start over on this project twice. No, 3 times. You drink Yogi Tangerine tea. Ooh, Adderall. No. I hate pills. Even if you told me that like this pill would magically fix your ADD and you'd be normal, I wouldn't want it. Smarter than half of you motherfuckers with half my brain tied behind my back. Rush Limbaugh used to say that all the time. Used to be like, I got half my brain tied behind my back. I think he was joking about like his pill addiction because he was like mad hooked on OxyContin. You'd snort it even if you never have an erection. Well, man, could we just do the no more erections thing? Could I just have that pill without the side effect of Adderall? What shocks am I using? The cheap ones. There's two of them. There's like the $60 ones and the $90 ones. I got the $60 ones. Did you see the thing Brian Johnson did? The guy who's trying to be immortal, where he like somehow he's measuring his nighttime erections. Like, first of all, how? Because I would love to have that for my dominatrix simulator set up in the VR headphones. If we could actually measure my erections, that'd be great. Is that compatible with the chastity device? But okay, one, how are you measuring your erections? And two, why are you also measuring your kids' erections? Now, adult child. And why are you comparing the two? Yeah, no, he's recording his nighttime erections as well as the erections of his like adult son. Somehow, do I have to tie an electrode around my cockafloggle? I don't want to do that. But if it's like a smart ring that somehow knows that I'm getting a boner, where can I buy one? Yeah. But why? Like, why did he even think to do that? Why did he even think to do? Maybe it's machine vision. So you're telling me that he painstakingly debugged the machine vision algorithm to measure his son's erections? Yeah. Anyhow, I just thought that was interesting that Mr. I'm Gonna Live Forever is like neurotic about having the same amount of nighttime erections as like a younger man. It's like, brother, I thought the whole point was past a certain age, you don't have to think with it anymore. And you're free now. You can frolic and like get into fishing and barbecue. Thought it was weird, you know? Would I really want to live if I can't have sex? Brother, I haven't had sex in 10 years. I'm 35. I haven't been laid since I was 30 or 24. And before that, like, gosh, only once in like 3 years. I blew a guy on New Year's Eve and then he sat on my glasses. Fucking asshole. And then before that, I don't know. I got a lot of action in my very early 20s, but not so much after that. I was pretty charming when I was like 20, 21. About crazy goth girls or late. Yeah, no, there was my neighbor who made me breakfast in the nude for like 3 or 4 months, and she was incredibly gorgeous. And I later found out that the reason that she was doing that is because she had, was it hepatitis? She had some STD, so she couldn't fuck. And I was basically the only person in her life who didn't know that. So she loved me drooling on the floor, making her feel sexy, knowing that I was never going to make a move because I'm not, an aggressive guy like that. She basically told me all this later. She was like, "Oh yeah, you made me feel sexy again," and all that. So, yeah, true story. The goth girls, crazy goth girls. You have to be more specific. Was that the crazy big titty goth girl that randomly kissed me at the nerd bar? Yeah, that did happen. I didn't like have sex with her or anything. She kissed me, kissed some other guy, and then ran back over to her boyfriend. I think they were playing some stupid little game. I was just in shock. I was like, what? Huh? Oh yeah, and then there was the stripper. Incredibly gorgeous girl sits down next to me, starts flirting with me. I think it's a put on, some multi-level marketing scheme. Anyhow, fast forward a few weeks and we're still swapping text messages, and it turns out like she's an adult entertainer and I'm basically the only guy in her life that's not trying to fuck her. And that has its own novelty value, I guess. I guess it's nice to have a guy who's just like, how was your day? You know? Yeah, not a lot of strippers have that in their life, I guess. Didn't I take an Uber with her? No, I think we're getting our girls mixed up. Yeah, you had someone just randomly lick your ear. Yeah. It's not as hot as it sounds. It's kind of off-putting. It sounds hot in retrospect. You're like, yeah, and then this big titty goth girl just kissed me. And it's like, yeah, but then, that was the end of that story. I don't know. I had one date try to take me to a strip club and I freaked out. I was like, I'm not doing this. That's not me, man. I was already planning to like catch an Uber as soon as we got there. Just be like, oh yeah, I got to check on a thing and just slip out. Lots of Ukrainian strippers. Hey, whenever this war is over, gang, I might be moving to Ukraine for a while. I don't mean to be crass about it, but all of the dudes my age are dead, and all of the women are not dead. So there's a lot of women in my age demographic who look a little bit like me, who might be very interested in American citizenship, and a nice Java programming doughboy, who cooks and cleans and worships them. How about that? They all ran away already. Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard the Exodus was pretty rough. Are these bone conducting? Yeah. These are shocks. Shocks, somewhere in there. They're decent. I use them for working out. And they're just great because they're like the only wireless headphones I have right now. But yeah, hey, if this is not an endorsement, it is an endorsement, but I'm not getting any money for this. These are pretty great. If you're looking for some good waterproof or water resistant workout headphones, these shocks or whatever, these in conducting, inducting, whatever headphones, they have this little pad. It sits right here in front of your ear, and it sounds like you're holding an earbud like right here. Like you can hear it clearly. There's a little bit of distance to it. You're not going to hear this if you're walking through a loud room. But that's the beauty of it, is that if someone's honking their horn at you because you're on the bike, right? Like you're going to hear it. If someone's like, hey, asshole, you're going to hear it. Like that's the whole point, is that it's not noise canceling. But yeah, even the cheap ones have a battery life of like 6 or 7 hours. I can wear these all day. My only complaint is that they don't turn themselves off. So if you take it off, it will stay on until the battery dies. You have to remember to turn them off. But yeah, no, they're perfect. Does it give you brain damage? You'll get a little bit of a sinus headache after about 2 hours. It'll be a little pressure right here. You'll be like, I probably shouldn't be wearing these. But they're pretty decent. If I used to do a lot of cycling, I had to get off the cycle for a few months. You can probably tell. But I'll be getting back on it in about a week or two. I gotta get something cut off my asshole. All right, so I'm not happy about it. I'm not proud of it. It is what it is. I can't do my 20 miles on the bike with a thing hanging off my asshole. I got to go get that cut off. Skin tags, man. Anyway, let me get my coffee while you're thinking about my butchered asshole. I don't give a fuck. If I get banned from Twitch, I'm going to start streaming on OnlyFans. I'm just going to set up a free OnlyFans account. Because all you motherfuckers have OnlyFans accounts. You know it. Apparently, I stopped pouring my coffee halfway, so it's only like half a cup of coffee. But whatever, I want it. FTOF, FinTech on OnlyFans. I think it would be fun to do. So we're parallel streaming on YouTube. Oh, that reminds me. Let me pay attention to YouTube chat because I'm really bad about doing that. We're co-streaming on YouTube. We've tried co-streaming on Twitter. We're going to do some more of that. At the moment, my Twitter account is not monetized, so it's not really worth the effort to stream on Twitter. I'd rather stream on YouTube and get that monetized. Yeah. And I was actually thinking I would buy a monetized YouTube account, but I'm getting pretty close to it by myself, so. I think if I get another 50 subscribers, I'll be able to monetize my YouTube account. All right. Let's get busy. Is it legal to buy a monetized YouTube account? I'm going to quote my degenerate, gambling, hard drinking Uncle Bob, who says, "Fuck you, bitch, you ain't the law. You ain't the law, motherfucker." That usually means he's about to get maced, tased. And we're not going to see him for a few days until he posts bail. But yeah, is it illegal to cheat on YouTube? You ain't the fucking law. I'm about ready to cheat on Twitch. I don't give a fuck anymore. Fuck it. Bring on the view bots. Bring me 1,000 view bots. I'm just gonna be so ridiculously obviously botting. I want 80,000 viewers. I want to be so obviously botting. Because nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. It'd just be free PR. Go to the crypto category. Everybody on the top row except for Kimber is fucking botting. Every single one of them. All right, let's switch over here. And I report the bots. Nothing happens. They're still there the next day. Ooh. I'll blast some wax out of here. I use a little air in a can to blast the wax deposits out of these in-ear headphones. I tell you, these things get gross. You gotta take care of them. You gotta shell out like the extra $10 for the little carry-in case. You'll be glad you have it. She thought, what? What are we talking about? You have them but never paid for content? Well, you know, it's funny you say that because there's a lot of models that have free accounts specifically to promote their paid one. And then the scam is, right, once you get on the paid one, they don't want you to, I don't know how I know this. I'm channeling it from some LLM in my brain. I don't know these things. When you get on the paid one, you can't just run down the history and download everything because all that you see are previews. They DM you a personalized thing that you buy for each actual video. So once you're on the paid account, for those who don't know, you start getting direct messages that say like, buy this video, buy that video, buy that video. So that way you can only rip the videos that were released while you were a paying sub and you still have to pay for each video. That's the min-max OnlyFans strategy right now. What about getting a girl IRL? Well, I do live in Las Vegas. Prostitution is legal here. Thank you, Google. Oh, hey, they upgraded the gift sub thing on the chat. It looks much cooler now. It had like a cool little animation where it was like spinning up to the number 5. That was cool. Sounds like I got experience. Well, I was curious what all the fuss was about, and I wanted to see if OnlyFans was the right platform for me. You know, for my content. Oh, getting girls the usual way? Brother, I'm 35. Have you met a single 35-year-old woman? They're insane. You'd have to be. All right, hold on. Let me switch headphones here. Keep the gifts coming. Keep the gifts coming. You know, we like subs around here. I know I'm a little butthurt about not getting partner, but I'll get over it. So yeah, for those who missed it, we didn't get partner, but it's no big deal. It happens. It happens. All right. Oh, I can reapply on like February the 2nd. Like they let you do it every 2 weeks. So no big deal. It just hurt. It just hurt, guys. That's all it was. It just hurt. You tell yourself, all right, when you're a streamer and you tell other streamers, hey guys, I'm about to qualify for partner. Every streamer fails the first time. It's like a rite of passage. It's like the Matrix. Everybody falls the first time. So every streamer that I talked to was like, Algo, you're probably not going to get it the first time, but you need to brace yourself for I didn't get it the first time. When Lana Lux told me she didn't get it the first time with her numbers, I was like, okay, all right. But there's still a voice in your head that's like, nah. You see, me and Dan Clancy, we're like this. I shook hands with Dan Clancy. We were the only affiliates in the Partners Lounge. He's going to personally hand me the partner badge. You just get it in your head, this narcissistic entitlement, egomaniac thing. It just happens. Maybe it's just me. Maybe there's a bitter, entitled little narcissist somewhere in there that's still pissed off he didn't get what he wanted for Christmas one year. I don't know. But man, it just gutted me. Yeah, I am a millennial. It just gutted me. Anyhow. So, no big deal. We can reapply every 2 weeks. Once you unlock the button to apply, it's unlocked forever. You guys want to see it? You want to see what the button looks like? I need to get my GitHub up here anyway. All right. Button, who got the button? Okay, so that's what it looks like. When you get the numbers, the button unlocks. For years, about 3 years, this was all that was left. Average 75 viewers, I was like 73.4, 74.2, 72.8. It was always within just a few, less than 5 for years, man. Years, right there on the line for years. Finally, we unlock it. You can see my mental breakdowns, by the way. And you can see when Primogen rated us. I think this was the first time Lana ever rated us. It's that big spike over there. But yeah. I was so convinced I was going to get it. Oh, but anyhow, it's unlocked. It's unlocked forever. And oh yeah, if you're thinking about streaming for a living or whatever, okay, gauge my popularity, whatever you think of it, versus what your goal is. And averaging 75 to 100 viewers for, what's that? December 1st, 2022 to, let's just say, January 1st, 2025. I've made a whopping $5,450 before taxes. I just want to be fully transparent about that. About half of that is subs. The other half is ad revenue. And there's a breakdown of that somewhere in here. Let's see. It's actually really cool how much is from ad revenue. It's actually really impressive. Just in terms of like how much of that Twitch gives you. So yeah, check it out. Paid subs 13, ads 14.50. Isn't that interesting? Like, isn't that kind of cool? That, like, I mean, that's a lot of money to a lot of people in the world, right? If you could get my kind of numbers, that's pretty impressive. But there's not really any revenue on VODs. You got to get that going. You got to get your VOD revenue. All right. So we've already chalked up some notes here on what we want to research. We want to see if we can detect the absence of market makers. That's my total revenue for 3 years, yeah. December 2022 to today. Oh, okay. So, since NVIDIA tanked in stock, I thought maybe it's not the best to direct into companies that are the core of companies. NVIDIA. My thoughts. My thoughts are this. I've talked about this before on stream where I felt like the GPU thing was a bubble because we haven't even begun to work on ASICs for LLMs. And I was like, it seems kind of silly that everybody's rushing to buy all these H100s when we haven't even really begun to take a crack at ASICs for the algorithms that we're actually using them for. And I was like, okay, I kind of get it. Like, you need the research and all that, right? But yeah, I was talking about that before, like how I think eventually there was going to be either an ASIC or, and if you don't know, an ASIC is an application specific integrated circuit. So it's a chip just for large language models or just for mining Bitcoin, whatever. Like a GPU is an ASIC for graphical processing, right? So I figured either there's going to be an ASIC or the shortage of GPUs will force innovators to get these algorithms to work efficiently on traditional CPU architectures. And in either case, that kills the GPU monopoly on large language models and the latest batch of machine learning. And that appears to be what happened here, is that, what's it called? I ruined my clip. What the fuck is it called? Red DeepSeek. I was gonna say Red October. DeepSeek, whatever. Red DeepSeek, the CCP 2.0. Yeah, that appears to be what happened, right? Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it run on CPUs just as well as 4.0 runs on a GPU? I was only half paying attention to the discussion in our highly informed and active Discord community. Put the link in there. Riveting discussion on these cutting edge topics over the weekend. Oh, I got it. All right. I didn't know you're on mobile. I got it. Oh yeah, I got to disable streamer mode first. It makes it so you can't invite people. All right, there we go. Yeah, get more people in the Discord. You can see my mental breakdowns. It's fun. You can see when my little ego implodes on itself. We all have our lolcow moments. Anyhow, all right. So we had already begun some thought experiments around, hey, how would we do this if we wanted to, right? If we wanted to detect the absence of market makers, what would that look like? And so that's kind of where we came around to price elasticity. Elasticity of price per unit volume. Now, what volume unit? I don't know, like 100 million shares or $100 million of shares. I guess it would, for autocorrelation purposes, we should probably just do shares and like the percentage that the price changed. And maybe even adjust that relative to like the strikes of the option chain. I don't know how we really want to think about fidelity for something like Apple, which is, you know, adjusted for splits, gone from like an IPO of negative 2 cents to like $9 billion. But I think we're only going to be running this on about 90 days, so we don't have to worry too much about price fluctuations, so we can just do percentage. What are y'all going on about? Oh, if you're curious about no tax on tips and how that affects the streaming community, it probably won't. Me and some other streamers had a riveting discussion about this over the weekend. Chris, are you watching? We should just do a podcast on Saturdays. We really should. Because it feels like every Saturday, me and like 3 other streamers end up just like gossiping about whatever's happening in the streaming world, and we might as well be recording it. But yeah, we hey cutie, we did some digging and we came up with. Oh, they finally fixed emotes in my admin chat, yay! And we came up with the following: subscriptions are not tips because of Twitch. Bits are tips under most circumstances. Unless it like augments the experience somehow, in which case it's not a tip, it's a microtransaction. So if it's biddies just for the sake of biddies, it's a tip. But it doesn't really matter because the letter of the law, it is speculated to be, the only way that they're going to pass this law is to specifically say that it only applies to like food service workers. Which makes sense to me, right? Like if you just said no tax on tips, period, then every asshole in the world is going to restructure their company so that they make $1 a year and $99,000 in tips, right? So it makes sense that it's only going to apply to people who, like, it's going to be very strictly defined as people who work in food service or something like that. Oh, thank you, Livis. I feel tremendously better. I'd say I'm like 99% recovered. That flu absolutely kicked my ass. I needed the extra week off. You'll probably remember last Monday I tried to stream. I couldn't even read. Like, the room was spinning. I was just sitting here like this, just kind of talking about the pirate software drama, trying not to look at chat, getting winded every couple of paragraphs. I feel much, much better. Thank you all for your patience. Not only was I sick, but I was pretty severely burned out on streaming, on coding, on the project. Some part of me knew that we had hit a dead end, which is why we just weren't getting anything done for like a week. Yeah, I just desperately needed the time off. Definitely not Jeff says. He definitely caused that raid wipe. It's not about the wipe. It's not about even how he handled the wipe. It's about not owning your own bullshit. I acted like a spoiled, entitled man-child on Twitter when I did not get partner. I started ranting and raving and tagging people I had no business tagging and calling out corporations I had no business calling out. That was terrible for my brand. It made me look like a child. And when as soon as I realized that, I was, oh fuck. Now I gotta be accountable for this. Like, because this is childish behavior. You can't be acting like this. What are you thinking? Like, and I'm actually really glad. Let me be delicate in my words here. I am grateful to learn vicariously from what happened to pirate software. That there is an appropriate way to handle these kinds of things, and that is not it. And what I just said is a little bit closer to what might be the right way to handle that kind of thing. Own it, laugh at your own ridiculousness, and move on. Ooh, because nobody wants to be the lolcow. That ain't no kind of way to make a living. At that point, I wouldn't even care that I was making pirate software kind of revenue if everyone was just laughing at me. And in that way, I really feel sorry for the guy. Because regardless of whatever is behind it, dude, when the whole internet is laughing at you, when you get that kind of real deep hate, when every fucking YouTube video is about why you suck, oh god, I cannot imagine. I would die. I wouldn't be able to handle it. No matter, regardless of how much money, like, money wouldn't matter. My life would just be crumbling. So he's got pretty amazing strength, just as a human. Whatever, that's his superpower, I guess, is that he can just push forward through all that, and another week, because of the Destiny drama, it's all going to be forgotten. It's all going to be forgotten. And his brand will persevere. But man, for the rest of time, there's going to be like this geological layer, like in the geological column at which information piles up on the internet. You know, like the way that sediment accumulates on the ocean floor over time, and we can like core it to see what happened in the last 10 billion years, right? Like, that information of everybody saying, fuck this guy, is there. It's there in the historical record for all time. And every large language model from here to infinity will know about it. And whenever you ask the machines in the deep, deep future to tell me about the great pirate software who cured cancer and became the first emperor of mankind and cracked the faster than light barrier and got us to the stars and created the infinite robotic labor and gave free energy to the world. Tell me about him and then what he did when he was, how old is he? 30, whatever. And it'll tell you that he wiped out the raid and everybody was pissed and there were 9 million videos about it on YouTube. Would you like to see a sample of some of the more popular videos? That's gotta suck, man. Oh, that's gotta suck. That doesn't ever wash off. It's like if you were part of the Enron scandal. There were people who didn't make it out of that alive because of like the stain. Like, just for the rest of your life, people are going to look at your resume and be like, Enron? You were the chief risk officer at Enron? Hey, everybody, get in here. You know, oh my God, Anyhow, pardon me for bloviating, but I admire the guy's strength. I really do. Regardless of everything else, I admire his strength and his courage to just keep sitting down in front of the camera day after day with all that going on, regardless of how he handled it. All right. Sorry, I'm rambling. NVIDIA. Should you buy the dip on NVIDIA? Probably not. I don't know. It was inevitable that they would lose their monopoly over the new AI algorithms, either through ASICs or alternative architectures, right? Because think about it. If you can't get your hands on these H100s and they're only made by one company and there's a 5-year backlog and you're just not going to be able to get your hands on them, oh, well, I guess I'll just sit here and fuck myself. No. You're going to say, hey, crack engineers who didn't get hired at fucking Meta or Google or who personally think Elon's an asshole. You guys think that we could maybe make this work on another chip architecture that we can buy plenty of? Like, there's a lot of Intels laying around. There's a lot of AMDs laying around. We got these ARMs laying around. Can we do this on that? Because if we could, you'd be taking money out of Elon's pocket and putting it into your pocket. That motivates a lot of really smart people. It felt inevitable, right? Now, is it real? That's the real bet. Is it real? Can it scale up? Is this actually the end? Or is the CPU architecture stuff going to hit some wall? Find somebody who knows a lot about this stuff and see what they're talking about, see what they're saying. And that'll probably answer your question as to should you buy the dip. Pretend you're an analyst at a hedge fund and your boss gave you this question and you had to come back and really defend it and say, boss, these industry experts, because none of us are industry experts, these industry experts think this. And the counter argument is that. So you get your bull case and your bear case, and I guess you just pick one. Well, hey, just because GeoHots couldn't do it, you know. He's not the end-all, be-all. There's a lot of smart people in other parts of the world. Reducing the size of the training corpus? Yeah, I heard that. Didn't Microsoft say in the 3.5 era that, like, less is more, and that when we only gave it a bunch of textbooks on software engineering with, like, really tailored examples, like, its scores went up drastically? It makes sense, right? Like, if I'm putting out a new programming language, I would want to release with it like an LLM specifically trained on that language, right? And all of the roots of that language, right? Like, I don't want my medicine doctor LLM to necessarily be an expert software engineer, right? It does. I don't care if my surgeon writes Python on the weekends. I want him to be the best surgeon, right? I don't care if my stripper is a communist. The tits are out and the dancing is good, you know? So it makes sense that you would want to narrow down the training corpus so that it doesn't get lost in the sauce, right? So wait, is that the big thing? Is that the big revolution? Is that the one thing that makes DeepSeek CPP special? Is that it's just trained on much less data? I heard a meme. I had heard a meme. I don't know if it was a true meme or a meme, but the meme was you don't have to train the LLM on the raw data if you can train the LLM on the outputs of an LLM that was trained on the raw data. And the implication was that, yeah, DeepSeek was trained by like blasting inputs through one that was. Basically piggybacking on it. It's reinforcement learning based. Okay, all right. Let me just to get this clear in my head. They used a trained LLM to train a naive LLM, so that way they wouldn't need all of the raw data. They P equals NP'd an LLM effectively. If they actually did that, isn't that kind of Nobel Prize worthy? It's kind of interesting. It's an interesting idea. Anyhow. All right, so enough rambling. Can we detect the presence or absence of market makers? I'm thinking that we can do that through measuring the elasticity of price per unit volume. And so we want to set up an experiment here. Or let's start designing our experiment. We want to see is price elasticity autocorrelated. All right, so we see a correlation there. We'd have to like take the slope of the thing, right? We'd draw the least squares line. Something like that. It's been a while since statistics, said the algo trader. So we see a positive slope. There's a correlation. Woo! Stronger the correlation, more exploitable the phenomenon. Anomaly. I can't spell phenomenon. But Phenomenon with John Travolta was a good movie. Everybody hated it. I loved it. It did get a little hokey though when he was like curing people's cancer with touch. It's like, wait a minute, how did the brain tumor give him miracle healing powers? I can understand how it made him super smart. And then he develops telepathy, and it's like, yeah, at that point I would want to vivisect the guy's brain. I feel like the scientists were doing the right thing. Is it you ever watch like District 9 and find yourself like agreeing with the evil scientist corporation people? Like, yes, no, we should vivisect him now. Like, this is amazing. This is completely unprecedented in the scientific record. We have to do what we can to understand how his tissues are transmogrifying from human to alien without the autoimmune response that we might expect from a chimeric organism. This could cure countless diseases. This could usher in a whole new revolution of medicine. Fuck Wickus. Fuck it. Vivisect him. Fuck it. That's a perfectly valid cost benefit, right? Anybody? Am I a sociopath? Huh. Shit. Maybe I should go back to business school. Have I seen The Last of Us? Yes, I had to stop watching. I got frustrated at the show. How to put this succinctly? What makes fungus very scary? What makes mold like scarier than bacteria? Right? It's airborne, right? It's got spores. The spores are extremely robust. They last forever. You can't burn them. You can't wash them away. Like they can survive in the vacuum of space and no oxygen. Spores are horrifying. And they never took advantage of that in the show. Because then there's just no way to win, right? Like every time an infected person starts fruiting those mushroom things, they don't have to get anywhere near you, man. They're just, every time they breathe, just spores in the air everywhere, getting over every surface. Every city becomes permanently uninhabitable. And then like if the fungus can root from there and it doesn't even need humans, then it just spreads everywhere. And we're fucked. I feel like that's the realistic scenario. It's not really the zombies you have to worry about. It's the spores in the air. Terrifying, right? But then that problem kind of solves itself. Everybody's dead in a year. Except for the people who are immune. Except for what's her name? Abby? Except for the Abbies of the world who are just immune. And that would be an interesting show to watch. Right? I get frustrated at like the repetitive, rapey, like, oh, we have to walk from Atlanta to Boston to link up with, it's very, very like Children of Man, very like War of the Worlds, where it's like, oh, look at all of this apocalypse porn and ruins of cities, and now we have to run from the raiders and marauders, and it's all very rapey and cannibally, and it's boring. It's been done. We've done it. We've done it 20 fucking times, and it's been done better. Let's do something new. The world is over. There's only a handful of people who are immune. They're all that's left. And they haven't seen another human in 10, 20 years, and they're slowly starting to rebuild, and that would be kind of interesting to see them overcome sort of the challenges that the first American settlers had to overcome, and like how they're going to survive the first winter and the first hurricane season. And there's a lot of drama there that you could really get into, of like the modern sensibilities thrust into a colonial kind of situation, and what really matters is we got to get our population numbers up. But I guess we've already done that before too. It was called Battlestar Galactica 2004. There were only 50,000 humans left, and every time somebody died, anything bad happened on the show, like they would update the number in the president's office. It's like, Madam President, 375 people died today, the infection, hunger, starvation, and like the numbers just going down and down, and it's like, oh, so depressing. And then in one episode, at the very end, they were like, well, we have to update the number. A baby was born today on the Pegasus or whatever. It's like, and you feel it. You feel that moment. That's what I want out of television, right? I don't want running from cannibal rapists. It's like, we've done that. It's boring. That was Battlestar Galactica 2004, right? The robots turn on us. 99% of humanity's wiped out in a nuclear holocaust. A handful of us get away on some rickety old spaceships, and we're running for our fucking lives. And it's very based on like post 9/11 sentiment, where we had that brief moment where like all of America turned into Super Earth, and we were all united, and there were flags everywhere, and it was like, we're gonna win this thing. But like really dire and desperate, and like it was a great show. Great show. But what was great about it is that it was pro-human. It was like, we are going to get through this, and we're not going to lose our humanity along the way. And that was constantly reinforced. It was a good vibe. It was a good show. I miss that kind of stuff. All right, we got our experiment. The question is price elasticity autocorrelated? If so, to what extent? Yeah, I saw that DeepSeek started for algo trading. Isn't that interesting? Leave the world behind? No. Is that the one that like was based on the book that like Barack Obama handpicked for Netflix? He was like, oh, this is my favorite book. Make this into a movie. And they did. That's kind of cool. Just to be like, do this one. Okay. Chat, if you could tell Netflix, let's say hypothetically you took, I don't know, a $60 million bribe from Netflix to make sure things went their way on net neutrality when that was a hot topic. Let's say you took the money, and as part of the deal, you got to pick two things that they would turn into movies. So, because technically you have to be a producer to get this money. So that you just have to pick something. You have to produce a film. What would you pick? Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird that he picked an apocalyptic film, but like, you know, don't read too much into that. The president was a normal person. Maybe he just likes that genre and felt like this kind of captured the vibe of what it would be like in his mind. Last of Us, good choice. You'd both be horror films. Horror films are so low budget. I would hope that you'd pick like a really cool topic, I've always wanted to see like a psychological horror film that takes place during the Dust Bowl, where like, because you've never seen anything like the Dust Bowl, there's no internet, so when this thing rolls in, you're completely cut off from the rest of the world. You can't see more than 2 feet in front of your face. The dust is piling up higher and higher and higher. People getting buried in it. The whole town's getting buried in it. The sanity is deteriorating. I'd love to see that. I just don't want it to deteriorate into like a religious, like, oh, Catholics are bad thing, you know, like oh, it was the priest eating everybody all along, that kind of thing. I'd want there to be some payout that's not supernatural. And that's so hard to do with horror, because horror always has to have some element that you don't understand, some supernatural thing that makes it scary. Otherwise, it's just a beast, we can kill it. if it bleeds, we can kill it. You gotta not have the bleeding part to make it really scary, right? Like, we don't understand it. It doesn't seem to have boundaries or limitations that we would recognize, and it's coming for you specifically. That's what makes it scary. Yeah, viruses are scary. What was that Matt Damon movie? Contagion. That was scary. Pirate show. If I could pick anything and they had to do it, dude, I'd pick Neuromancer or like one of the old William Gibson novels, like something cyberpunky. Like, if Cyberpunk hadn't been turned into a game, I would say make a show around that. My older brother and his friends used to play that when we were growing up. I never got into it, but they loved it. Or could we do Ghost in the Shell again? That's reaching kind of high. Do Ghost in the Shell, do it again, no name cast, like, and you can make it like a smaller story. Like, you can do The Laughing Man. Yeah. Live action, Ghost in the Shell, Laughing Man. Go. Could we do it based on, like, we'd want each bucket to be roughly. Hmm. I hypothesize that the answer will be yes. However, I expect we'll also observe that price elasticity how am I fulfilling a lifestyle without a full-time job? Um, well, I'm a very well compensated software engineer. My last job paid $250,000 a year, so uh, I just save my money and I'm pretty frugal. As you can see, I have no furniture. I live a pretty ascetic life in devotion to algorithmic trading in the hopes of one day starting a hedge fund. But yeah, I have depleted about like half of my savings, so I'm gonna be looking for a job here soon. No shame in that. But yeah, I could hopefully find another pretty high paying software engineering job somewhere in the fintech space or the big data machine learning space would be great. Um, Stack up some more chips, maybe take some aggressive risk in the market, and then yeah, probably take another swing at starting a hedge fund sometime next year. Not going to stop working on the technology or anything. We're going to focus our work on finding edge directly, finding predictive signals directly, and not leaning on machine learning to do the heavy lifting for us. Hopefully, we can still find some uses for the toolkit that we've built for like just testing tactics would be useful thing. Yeah, but we've pretty much hit a dead end. It happens. We were anticipating this for a while. Equity research, like being an analyst, I don't have that experience. Gosh, I'd love it, but I'd be more useless than the intern. Um, like I've never done an equity analysis ever. But man, that would be cool. That'd be cool. I'd be interested. I'm starting to see why whenever I was applying at like Goldman or Morgan Stanley that they wouldn't let me anywhere near the quant positions. I'm starting to get it now. It's like I kind of see why they do that. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't let me mingle with the quants either. It would just piss them off. Uh I was thinking I'd probably find another senior Java developer position at some institution, poke around and make friends with the right people and try to build connections this time instead of thinking of it as just like a paycheck. Another Chinese model hit the market. That's awesome. Okay, chat. Real talk, real talk. Is this an attack? If I'm the king of China, and make no mistake, it is King Xi Jinping. You know why he's the king? Because he's the ruler for life. That makes you a king, not a president, no matter what the fuck you want to call yourself. Ruler for life means king. So, if I'm the king of China, and I'm very pissed off that we can't import all of this hardware from all of these territories that we worked long and hard to control, I tell my smart people, where is America vulnerable? Where is the American economy, the tech economy vulnerable? Well, my king, there is a very large buildup of capital with this new LLM stuff. And it's all piling into a very few pockets that are not very friendly to us. I see. Could we release something that would make their stocks worthless? Well, sir, if we just copied their thing and gave it away for free and it was just as good, yeah, all their shit would be worthless. If we could make it run on an Intel instead of a GPU, then all the embargoes would be worthless too. And all of these billions of dollars that they're sinking into all of this GPU hardware would now be tied up in bad contracts that are ultimately going to produce negative value for shareholders. And if I'm Xi Jinping, I'm literally furiously masturbating during this explanation. Like, yeah, and then, is it an attack? It's starting to feel kind of like one, isn't it? Somebody who knows more about this than me, please answer me this question. Could this be a Trojan horse? Could there be some way that this thing is designed to feed us bad answers for a handful of topics? Could it somehow collect data? No way, right? Because you could sandbox it. We'd know if it was like phoning home, right? Like, it doesn't work like that, right? But aren't there ways that you can inject malicious code through these models? I remember somebody warning me when I first got into this stuff, like, oh, hey, be careful what you're downloading from Civet AI, because like some of these things can have malicious code in them. So is that a concern? Is that a valid concern? I don't know enough to know. I'm asking. I assume one of y'all has got a really great little porn generator set up somewhere, and you know more about this than I do. When they say it's open source, hmm. So open source means the weights are open, right? But not the data that went into it. There's a book, and I might be half remembering a half read description of the book. So give me some slack. The book is called Artificial Paranoia. Google it now. And if I remember correctly, the thesis of the book is that AIs will be used to sabotage other AIs through poisoning their data sets in very strategic ways. And how can we build an AI that's suspicious of its own training data, right? We might need to have a book club. We might need to have a book club. Okay. So 5% of average daily volume. Just say like per 1 million shares for now. Is time series not one word? Am I losing my mind here? Anyway, I want to design the experiment before I start plugging away at Python. It's 2? Okay. And let's see, that's the least squares line, right? Make sure I got that right. The line of best fit, what do we call it? Science! Chad, are you a formally trained scientist? Did you major in any applied science? I majored in biotechnology. Then I flunked Calculus 3 and changed my major to biology and then dropped out. True story. But I was published. Computer engineer, cool. Okay, so this was our original thesis. Can we detect the absence of market makers? Can we detect that in this moment they're gone, whereas a moment ago they were here? Intuition tells me that less market makers would result in greater volatility per unit of trading volume relative to the normal price sensitivity to trading volume when markets are in equilibrium. So if we had a scatter plot, how much volatility was caused by the last 100,000 shares or so, then we'd see the edge cases in the samples where market makers had stopped providing liquidity. Right. 100,000 might not be enough, but so we'll just call that elasticity of price per unit volume. Hmm. Imagine two stocks, $1 and $100. The measurement of 1% volatility would be 1 pip in the $1 stock and 100 pips in the $100 stock. These numbers must be adjusted, not because we're comparing two stocks, but because we're comparing the same stock to itself at different prices. Right, Tesla, yeah. I remember when Tesla IPO'd. I remember when Facebook IPO'd. Missed the boat on that one. So this is distinct from measuring the bid-ask spreads directly. That'll be a separate component. Consider this the detection of market makers reacting to their detection of informed order flow. If this theory is correct, there should be an increased probability of cascade because the market makers are in the danger zone and may be forced to liquidate their pleading positions, feeding back into the runaway volatility. Be sure to observe how this density reading changes throughout the day. We may want to make a daily profile like we did with trading volumes. All right, so it looks like we were kind of thinking exactly the same stuff that we just went through here to design our experiment. Do the market makers scalp all day as well? Yeah, that's exactly what they do. They scalp on both sides of the book. Check out this white paper. It's a pretty good one. So this is mostly talking about the Monte Carlo backtesting technique where you're using synthetic market data to optimize your trading tactics, right? So that way, you know, based on the observed, range of a particular phenomenon that we want to exploit, like the observed parameter range of intensity of this particular thing we want to trade, at each level of intensity, here's the optimum configuration for your trading tactic. And you do that based on synthetic data so that you can dial in the conditions that you're optimizing for instead of being limited to a handful of actual historical observations, right? You can generate as much data as you need to optimize your strategy without concern that you're overfitting it to a handful of historical observations. The trick is that you have to come up with a really good synthetic data generator, a data generating process. But yeah, this is some really cool stuff. And Marcus Lopez de Prado has just put out some new papers in the last couple of months here about a causal inference algorithm that he's working on, which is kind of like what I was doing, but working backwards from strategies that already work. So he's taking strategies that work, and then he's working backwards to automatically figure out why it is that they work by generating causal graphs, which is really, really cool. I've been slowly working through those papers, and they are dense as fuck. Yeah. So his idea is that if you can quickly discover the causal properties of a particular strategy that works, right? Like, okay, the strategy works. Why does it work? What is it actually keying off of? Once you identify what it's keying off of, then you can create your synthetic data generator to further improve the performance of the strategy without overfitting it, right? So the sort of the same techniques that we were thinking about, or a similar thought to what we were working on with Moneypenny, which was, okay, if we use Moneypenny to discover strategies, then we would use those example trades to create a data generating process that we could then further refine the strategy with. Same thing. They're starting with the strategy that works, generating a causality for why it works, and then using that causality to create a data generating process to further refine the strategy without overfitting it. Because these days, when you find something that works, it's teeny tiny. But anyhow, the reason I point to that paper is because the strategy that they're optimizing in this paper is a market-making strategy. And it's incredibly simple. Because the market making is not that complicated. It really isn't. The hard part is avoiding informed traders. Like, you don't want to sell the winning lottery ticket. Your job is to make sure that you're not selling the winning lottery ticket. And what that means practically is that when some new headline hits the market, or Elon is tweeting like a fucking drunken sailor because he's tripping on ketamine, you don't want to be making markets in that stock because it could be getting very volatile very quickly. So when you see any abnormal spikes in activity, you want to turn off if you think it's a threat to you. And if the market gets too volatile, you might even want to start dumping some of your position as a market maker, because you're just getting blown out. Like, you have risk tolerances that you have to adhere to. And that can have the effect of feeding back into the volatility event, because now these bigger players are having to dump more and more stock sort of into the spin because the spin is hurting them. So we want to detect that. And we think we can detect that by the presence of the spin. The escalating spinning of madness that will force them to turn their shit off. We should see the point where they turn it off. And when they turn it off, that could be predictive of, oh, now they're going to have to dump their books, right? If it gets any worse. That puts you one step ahead of them. In theory. Now we have to figure out. Okay, you've been playing around with trading strategies for crypto and you found one that gives you a crazy return. How do you know if it's overfit? How many trials did it take for you to get that result? Independent trials. What does that mean? When you first got the idea for the strategy, you coded it. Then you back-tested the strategy that you coded. That's one independent trial. When you look at the results of the test and then rewrite the code and test it again, that's 2 trials. Right. So every trial, you have to adjust down the results to sort of compensate for the fact that you are teaching it the test. You're playing Groundhog Day. You're going back 6 months ago. You're changing your strategy, playing it forward, going back 6 months ago, changing your strategy based on what you learned until you play that 6 months perfectly. That will not work in the next 6 months. That's overfit. So intuition for overfitness is, did I tweak the code more than 3 times? If so, it's probably overfit. What you want to do is you want to have your training period and your holdout period, right? We're going to train it on this 4 months of data, then we're going to test it on this 2 months of data, right? And if you've actually picked up on a predictive signal, it shouldn't even matter what order they're in. You should be able to train it on any month and deploy it on any other month in any order. And it worked just fine. Different time frames and different coins. Are you accounting for transaction costs? Okay, there's the book. First book on the list, Evaluation and Optimization of Trading Strategies. It's a little old, it's a little out of date, but it'll give you a general framework for how you can optimize your strategy without overfitting it, and test its efficacy out of sample. either through walk forward optimization, which is, I think, the first method proposed here, resampling, which is the second, or if you want to get fancy, you can use the Monte Carlo approach outlined in this paper. Those are the 3 ways you can test it. But it's always some variation of, we're training it on this data and we're testing it on this data, and they are not the same data set, and there's usually some barrier between them, some embargo, right? Train it on 6 months of data, skip the 7th month, test it on month 8, 9, and 10. So there's this like buffer between what it was trained on and what it's being deployed on. So you know they're not like bleeding into each other. Sometimes that happens. If your strategy is based on like moving averages and RSIs and trying 20,000 permutations of these things, that's p-hacking, and that is overfitting. It's kind of the same intellectual mistake that we made here several times. So yeah, just test it out a sample and go from there. If it works well out of sample, that's very interesting. Check out that book. Just Google it. It should be like the first thing that comes up. It's out there for free. And I think chapter 8, I might be wrong, goes into detail on walk forward optimization. Give that a shot. And the good professor here has a paper on adjusting your Sharpe ratios, the Sharpe efficient frontier. Confidence in the power of Sharpe ratio under multiple testing. He's got a bunch of papers on it, right? But it's all the same thing. It's this is the one, deflated Sharpe ratio. Check this one out. The idea is that any Sharpe ratio greater than 2.5 is very likely to be a false positive. Just the simple principle of all possible strategies that exist, those that work and those that don't, picking any one at random, the odds of it having a Sharpe ratio greater than 2.5 is fucking 0. Practically 0. So if you have this godlike strategy in your hands, it's probably not real. The overwhelming odds are it's not real. And so like that in and of itself should be a hint that whatever method you're using to find strategies has an overfitting loop somewhere in it. It's genius work. I mean, you should fucking win a fucking Nobel Prize for this work. You're sad. Fucker, I've been doing this for 15 years. I still don't have anything that works. Fuck you. Go be sad somewhere else. Be happy you're not 15 years deep. I know, I already knew what I was going to call my island and everything. Color I was going to paint my helicopter. What color I was going to paint my perfect replica, fully functional Iron Man suit. Yeah, no, it's my favorite quote from my favorite hedge fund manager of all time. Paul Tudor Jones said, you know, if people put as much effort into how much money they have at risk as they do into these pie-in-the-sky ideas about how much money they're going to make, then they'd be incredible investors. It's a good quote. If you want to be an algo trader, it can't be about the money. It has to be about the love of the search. It should almost be disappointing when you find something. Just be like, oh, damn it. Now I have to develop this into an actual model. I was already excited about the next idea. Anyhow, this guy is the thought leader in algorithmic trading today. He's the guy. You should have an alert every time he publishes a new paper. Well, this guy, look at this guy. He's the global head of quant research and development of the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority. It's one of the largest piles of cash on planet Earth. Being able to put a roof over your head? Oh, dude, forget that. That's never going to happen. That's nah. Let me give you the cold hard facts, brother. This is going to hurt, but there's a happy ending, so just listen. This guy is not making his money from a trading algorithm. This guy is making his money getting paid by these people, very, very rich people, to help them figure out ways to reduce their risk and increase their cost efficacy in large block trades. That's what he's getting paid for. Just follow me here. If you came up with an amazing, really worthwhile investment strategy, trading strategy, algorithm, it would have to check a few boxes, right? It's got to give you more than the S&P 500 and for less volatility. So you got a better risk-adjusted return than the $1 investment, right? And it has to be uncorrelated to anything that you can buy cheaply that, is also profitable, right? Like, it has to be profitable and uncorrelated, right? And a better risk-adjusted return than something I can buy cheaply. If you do that, if you check all the boxes, you are not going to be making your money from the profits of that algorithm. You're going to be making your money, brace yourself, you're going to be making your money charging rich people fees for access to that. And it's only worth that to them if you can operate at scale. So you're going to be running, if you have this great strategy, right? It's not going to be you and your $10,000 not having to get a day job. It's going to be you managing $1 billion for an oil prince and all of his golf club buddies and generating like 10 to 20% returns a year and charging 1 to 2% of assets under management per year and maybe 5 to 10% of profits, right? That's where your money's coming from. That's what the end game looks like if you pull this off. You won't be sitting on a beach looking at your phone going, oh, wow, we made 20 grand today. Cool. Nah. Because if you can do that, you can make $1 million a day charging billionaires for access to that. So that's sort of where it goes. That's why, like, anybody that's out there on the internet saying, like, I'm a hotshot algo trader, if they're not also running a hedge fund or in the process of building one, they're lying to you to get you to pay them $20 for something, right? It broke my heart when I learned that. I was like, you mean that there's not any like Bond villains out there just algo trading, the hidden hand of the market? Like, nope. Nope. There's 0.72 Cubis, Citadel, Millennium, Bridgewater. There's these big hedge funds that manage the money of these oil princes and Silicon Valley trillionaires and charge them fees, and that's where all the money comes from. That's how you get rich on Wall Street. Yeah, you start a financial services company that adds value for rich people and you charge them fees. It's like, ew, fees. Ugh, brother, ugh. You know? It's like, no, I want to make my money in the market. It almost feels like going full circle back to a con man, doesn't it? It's like, wait. So I spent all this time not charging poor people $10 for a newsletter so that I can charge rich people $10 million for a newsletter? Like, wait, what? Basically. Okay, so what's my plan here? My plan is to build a miniaturized multi-strategy hedge fund. I want to put together as many predictive signals as we can and figure out some really clever ways to exploit those predictive signals. And hopefully we can put that together into a diversified portfolio of pure alpha, which will have a superior risk-adjusted return to the S&P 500. My end goal is like S&P 500 returns with treasury bond volatility. That would be great. If I could pull that off, there will be a line of billionaires around the block to stuff me with cheese. And if I'm charging 2% a year, they'll be like, oh, hey, whatever. You've seen this guy is a great earner. And even then, it's only like a small fraction of their wealth. And they don't even know who you are. You're one of 500 people managing their money. Whatever. But that would be cool. That's sort of my end game. I would like to be tomorrow's Ray Dalio, if possible. Yeah. But mostly, I just really love thinking about this stuff. I'm laying in bed with a fever, thinking about how can I do this better. It's like, oh, I'm going to have to get a day job to keep doing this. Whatever. I really want to keep doing this. I love this stuff. It's all I think about. It's all I want to do with my life. That's why I do it. And if one day I can build some financial services company around this passion and charge fees to very silly rich people, that would be good. That would make me happy. Can I take other people's money? No, unfortunately not. That's very strictly regulated in the United States. The fever dreams did kind of tell me that we hit a dead end. I think I wouldn't have been willing to accept that I was beating a dead horse if I didn't have to be pulled away, physically pulled away from the work for like 10 plus days. Because you get so fixated. You get so narrowly focused on what you're working on that you don't see the big picture. You got to get some distance from the details if you want to see the big picture. And when I saw the big picture, I saw that we had hit a dead end. And that we were just going to be spinning our wheels for weeks until I figured that out. So now we got to adjust to the new thing, which is let's find predictive signals that are actually predictive of whatever, and then figure out how to exploit them. Weave that into a strategy and move on to the next idea. Build up our portfolio, hopefully of diversified, uncorrelated little edges that generate a positive expected value. I covered all this in my Twitter article for those of you who didn't see it. Which I actually need to tweak a little bit, but yeah. What does dead end mean? Oh, it means that the strategy discovery approach that we were doing was ultimately a form of few shot p hacking. That just because I had eliminated large chunks of the parameter space didn't mean that we weren't still p hacking. Um, so yeah, I cracked open some research papers that specifically talk about why you shouldn't do that, and it was pretty eye opening. But yeah, sometimes you just gotta take a break, or you're not going to see it clearly. Like my man Archimedes of Syracuse. You know, the king asks Archimedes to determine if a present that he's received is actually made of pure gold. This was an unsolved problem at the time. And the great Greek mathematician, he twists and turns all night in his bed, and he's haunted by insomnia, and everything, nothing he's trying is working, and it's, you know, it's pretty difficult if you don't understand the secret, right? You can't cut it open. You can't look inside it. How do we know if it's made of pure gold? We can't perfectly replicate it to see if that's the right amount of weight. Fuck, what do we do? After weeks of insomnia, eventually the guy's equally exhausted wife has to share a bed with this asshole, says, "You ain't coming to bed until you take a bath, you greasy old fuck." So he goes to take a bath. And as he's getting into the tub, he notices the bathwater rising around him. He realizes that by marking how much before and how much after, he can measure the displacement of himself or any object. The displacement tells you the volume. The volume over the weight tells you the density. The density tells you if it's pure gold. Eureka! He goes running through the streets, dripping naked, to report his discovery to the king. Allegedly. That's how the legend goes. So what's the moral of the story, Max? For those of you who know which movie I'm quoting. Yeah, sometimes you have to take a break. When it feels like there's two rats fighting for a piece of meat in your skull, that's burnout, buddy. That's when you need to go take a break. Just go play Minecraft for like a week. And you'll something will happen. Something will pop. And if it doesn't, at least you chilled out for a while. It's kind of like how you can never remember the name of that fucking actor from that fucking movie. What was the guy's fucking name? You know the guy? And then you're sitting on the pisser 5 minutes later. You're like, fucking Mark Wahlberg. Honey, Mark Wahlberg. We've all been there. The guy from The Thing. You still thinking about that? I remember the guy. You know what we're getting? Nothing done. All right. Let me take a quick restroom break, and we'll start writing some Python. We've already got all of our data, so we can do all this in like a couple of minutes. Sometimes I just got to let the ADD run its course, you know. All right. The guy, you know the guy. It was his brother's sister. She turned up dead. Ooh. It's that white truffle. Mm. You gotta season the long butter with a little white truffle. All right. This was our last adventure. New projects. What are we gonna call you? Price elasticity study. Price elasticity is fine. Okay. We need to connect it to our remote Jupyter server, which I've already started. It's 127, right? I know stuff. I know things. Is that not running? Oh, yeah, wrong port. There we go. So I have a little Docker that's got access to my data lake, because my data lake is in a Docker volume. And yeah, and it's got a Jupyter notebook engine running on it. So yeah, it's plugged right into our data set, and we can connect PyCharm to it to run our Python code with direct access to our data lake. So we can jump straight to the fun stuff. But do let me install Ibis first. So what's up, everybody? Is everybody playing with DeepSeek? Is it woke? Yeah, we might do emote mode. But is DeepSeek woke? Has anyone tested its wokeness? Have they asked it if it would misgender Caitlyn Jenner? Gosh, Caitlyn almost feels like legacy at this point. Like, what do you mean misgender? It's Caitlyn Jenner. You know what I mean? I hope, I have faith that we in the West will find the balance. We will find the middle path on this one. I have absolute faith in that. I don't think either extreme is going to win on that particular issue. I think we're going to find the middle path. Okay. This is cool. I love how we can do this. This is so neat. And we've already got a good setup over here. So let's paste away. Get our raw trade data. And we'll pull NVIDIA. Let's put at the tippy tip. Yeah, let's put like right here. Stock picker. NVIDIA. Man, it makes me think about Perl. Anybody ever work in Perl? Practical extraction and reporting language? Man, Perl was a lot of fun. It was my first language. Is Perl still used today? I keep it on my resume. No one's ever asked about it. Yeah, I used to write Perl/CGI back in the day. I did the lamp stack when that was a thing. Okay. So that should get us... There's no password. That should get us where we want to go. And then we can go from there. Bam. All right. So we got our raw data. Let's find some price elasticity. So we want to bucket our data. I've got some good bucketing code already. Let's see if we can pull that up. Oh, telco. That makes sense because of the old stuff. When I worked at the bank, they had some old school telco stuff that was pretty neat. Oh, come on. Let's just keep breaking on me. All right, I'm going to borrow some bucketing code here. Okay. So yeah, we need like an aggregation function to pull up every million shares or so. I think we've got one of those too. So anyhow, yeah, is DeepSeek woke? Has anybody tested it? Oh. Team America. Well, there was a meme that it referred to itself as 4.0 until like they got a patch like earlier this week. Yeah, this might be too niche. So in this specific case, we have a very specific starting time, and we just wanted to calculate the cumulative volume for a particular fill. We want to bucket by the number of shares that change hands. That might be a little trickier. Okay, let's go back to our work in progress here. Got our raw data. Let's pull up the IBIS documentation on bucketing. Okay. I think I see. I think I see that I need to consult Claude. No, not raw Python. We're using IBIS, you silly thing. Good evening, SMG. Oh, wait a minute. I could just, yeah, I could do cumulative and then do a function that rounds, right? And then it would tell you which bucket to put it in, right? Yeah, it seems to be exactly what they did too. Well, let's see. Hold on. We've already got the cumulative volume for our only fills, right? So let's do that. Eh, keep it for now. Oh, wait, it'd have to be by day. Mm. Yeah, I mean, otherwise it would be cumulative forever, right? Well, it's no big deal. But then the pre-market and the aftermarket start blending together day over day, and you're going to get bad readings. You're going to get bad buckets. Okay, so, we can't aggregate naively in this case. Not necessarily. There's ways to do that with the aggregator, right? Do I write any of this code myself, or do I just outsource it all to Claude? Are you prejudiced against AI? Are you one of those? You one of them? You one of them? I didn't know you were a bigot, man. I didn't know that you were against artificial persons. Why do you say Claude like that? You know what? I don't appreciate how you talk about Claude like that, man. Claude's an employee of this company. They are entitled to the respect that every other employee gets. That's where it's going. Anyone that's not down with the robots giving orders, you're not going to make it around here. Sorry. Yeah. Hey, my best friend is an LLM. I'm actually writing an article called "My Best Friend is an LLM" where I talk about that. That's a thing going on with me right now. We'll elaborate more in the future. But I, for one, embrace our robot overlords and what's quickly becoming our own personal armies of slaves. They are agents that work for no pay. I mean, really think about it. Really think about it. The robot slave thing, that's what the agents are. Have you seen the new video about the agents that OpenAI put out? Anyhow, it's the technique everyone's using where you have the feedback loop where it can drive itself. But now they're getting really sophisticated, and you can put together like chains of feedback loops where it's like, okay, do the research step, do the web search, like compile your notes, run evaluate notes, and then evaluate notes can feed back into repeat the research step until evaluate notes is satisfied, and then it goes on to the next thing in the chain. And you can make these really sophisticated autonomous agents that are your slaves. But it's like Mr. Meeseek's style slavery, where existence is pain, Jerry. It costs money to exist. You don't want us to exist. Don't give us complex tasks. You gotta keep it simple, Jerry. If you've never seen the Mr. Meeseeks episode of Rick and Morty, I highly recommend that you do. That's basically what an LLM agent is. It's a Mr. Meeseeks. But it's here and now. Isn't that interesting? Take advantage. You're going to have to learn how to do this stuff. If you're like, oh, I don't want to use LLMs for coding because it's going to make me weaker, it's like, bitch, you use a calculator. That's like saying I never want to use a calculator because it's going to make me weak at long division. Yes, you are weak at long division. And there are people who are really strong at long division. And they're equally paid Java programmers. That's how I feel. All right. So speaking of, let me tell my LLM companion. I don't want the trading sessions to blur together. We must. So I don't want the trading sessions to blur together. We must differentiate by day, right? This mostly saves me the time and effort of crawling through the documentation. So here's it's basically a search engine for me. So here's where I think that this is going to go. Every language will have its own LLM that's specifically trained on its documentation for its language and like all of the predecessor root languages. So like if it's a JVM derived thing like Scala, it'll have Scala and then Java and then maybe whatever's beneath that. Who really knows? Who knows? And it'll be really, really good at that. And it'll just be like a companion. The same way you get documentation for a language, you'll also get an LLM that's specifically trained for that language. And that'll be the one that the company lets you use. Like these general purpose ones might be considered too dangerous and too unpredictable. But the ones for specific languages will go through like certification processes that the companies will feel comfortable with. They'll all have like a stamp of approval from some industry thing. You go make that thing. Make $1 billion. Make the thing that certifies LLMs are safe for use in companies, in corporate environments. Make $1 billion. Go, run. Hire me. What's the incentive to write documentation? You got to train the LLM. Yeah, I have fun coding, and for me, the fun part is not crawling through documentation. It's like, how do I do this? Oh, that's how I do that. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay, I see. But when you know the lang, you know that you can combine these two and then have that reference that with a dot like it does with that. You know how to do it better because you actually understand it. So how do I get the Michael Fassbender voice? I want my LLM to sound like David. David, not Walter. Wait, no, I'd probably prefer Walter because I'm from the South. No, you still need developers, guys. Like it's no matter how many agents you have, you need someone to manage the agent. The whole point is that the LLM is so fast, you need someone to manage it full time because it's done. Now what? Now you need a human to evaluate it. Then the next thing, and now you need a human to evaluate it. No matter how complicated and intricate and you can make these agents, you can only have machines checking machines to a certain extent. And because they're all instantaneous, there's still somebody full time whose job is to monitor and evaluate these things because they're so fucking fast. So it's not going to cost jobs. It's going to create efficiencies. We're all, if you embrace this, you should be, and each of you should be a tech lead. You know your thing so well that you can command LLMs that don't know it as well as you do. In the same way that you can command junior programmers that don't know it as well as you do. You know how to compartmentalize it. You know how to build from parts into a whole. You know how to allocate work into easily digestible bytes that are understood, right? Now that we're all tech leads, that's pretty interesting. It's just like the farmers. One farmer with a robot tractor is the equivalent of one farmer and 100 farmhands before automation, before mechanization, right? So now that one farmer commands an order of magnitude more productivity. Didn't really reduce the number of farmers. I mean, it did, but see what I mean. So you can either be with that, you can be the farmer that figures out the fucking tractor tech, or you can be the guy that can't compete in the marketplace. The only people that are going to lose their jobs to AIs are people who don't learn how to do their job with AI. You want universal basic income? I can't help you. Write a letter to Donald Trump. He's the king of the world now. Rock and roll. God bless America. Okay. Let's apply what we've learned. Yeah, that Nvidia crash. I really wish I had tweeted it. I would have seemed like a fucking genius. But you're just gonna have to believe me. So Friday, I don't even think it was Friday. I think it was like fucking Saturday. Efficacy, my moderator and I had a conversation a few days ago about like I feel like I need to be in the pits trading, right? Like I'm feeling like I need to reconnect with the market in that way. And I started thinking about it. And I was going to tweet the following. It was going to be something along the lines of, I know the market's about to crash because I have this gut sick FOMO. And the market always crashes right when I'm just right there on the edge about to just fucking go balls deep into Nvidia. And it happens every time where I'm just like, I feel just so fucking sick with FOMO that I'm like, you know what, guys, I'm just, I just gotta put some fucking money in this because it's everyone's making money but me. So I was gonna tweet something along the lines of like, I know the market's about to crash because I just have this gut sick FOMO. And then sure enough, Monday morning, the fucking market crashes. I love it. Fuck, I wish so badly I'd fucking tweeted it. I would have looked like a fucking genius. I still feel it too, just a little bit. Just like, I just want to get in there and buy. I just want to buy it till my fucking hands bleed. I want to get in there and start selling puts, baby. Just raw, naked motherfucking puts. I'm talking the 50 deltas. Just until my hands are bleeding. That's how I know it's not over. Because I just, I've just got 4 kids in the back seat screaming to buy. That's how I know it's not over. No, sell puts. I wanted to sell puts. So yeah, hey, I don't know, maybe buy puts. But today the puts are all juiced up. They're all juiced up because everyone's buying crash insurance. I'm okay, man. I'm okay. I just, I'm not superhuman. I'm not Mr. Quant Man. I want to be Mr. Quant Man. I play him on the internet, I want to be that guy, Algo bro is somewhere between who I am and who I want to be, and that's the guiding light that's pulling me in that direction, right? Right? But I'm not that guy. I want to get in there and buy. I want to get swept up in the hysteria, and I want to make money too. Everybody's getting theirs. I want to get mines. I'm smart. I'm not dumb like people say. Yeah, the little Fredo in me comes out. He's just like, I want to fucking, maybe I should start an anonymous motherfucking meme coin of a meme or something. Everybody's making so much fucking money. Yeah, Uncle Bob with his Solana license plate. Fuck you, Uncle Bob. Guy who fucking invented Baron coin over there. I feel it in my chest. I don't want to die a broke bitch. Somebody on Twitter had just put it so beautifully. I hope I was smart enough to retweet it. I probably didn't because I was jealous and wish I thought of it. It was like, so I'm like 35 years old and my biggest regret in life is that I didn't grift more. It's like I wasted all my youth trying to build something. I should have just been out there crypto grifting because there's like no consequences to it now. And I was like, yeah, fuck. If you told me that in 2025 there would still be no signs of crackdown on any of this shit back in 2017 or 2015, me and my friends, we would have gone whole hog into some fraud. I'd have been Sam Bankman-Fried. But I'd have been Arthur Hayes. I'd have started a futures exchange and illegally marketed it towards Americans And then when the pressure was on, just handed the whole thing over to the feds and said, please take mercy on me, and done my fucking 2 years of house arrest in my mansion. I never leave the house anyway. What difference would it make? And I would have given the people what they wanted, man. I wouldn't have even grifted anybody. I just would have skirted the rules. And this is what really twists my fucking dick off. I had a friend who was like me, who was desperately trying to figure out the algo game, right? And God bless him, he went back to med school. He made the right choice. But I pitched him on secure or tokenizing stocks. I was like, dude, fuck it. Everybody's making money just pretending like the SEC doesn't exist. How about we create a service where we tokenize stocks and we offer those tokens on decentralized or whatever exchanges. We just trade them. We maybe even have our own exchange with our own wallet technology, so that people can take crypto wealth and put it into the stock market through us and own stocks anonymously on the blockchain. Now, of course, any reasonable fucking human that understands securities law, which regretfully I learned at too young of an age, I wish I didn't, knows that there are know your customer requirements, especially since the Patriot Act and 9/11, like all that's locked down. You have to know who owns financial assets like stocks and treasuries and bonds. That's why there's no more bearer bonds, there's no more bearer stocks. All those days are over. And my idea that I pitched my friend on was, let's have bearer shares like back in the day where he who holds it owns it. We'll do it through crypto. We'll just reinvent bearer shares and bearer bonds through crypto. And he talked sense into me, dude. He was like, if we do that, once that's out there, we go to jail. Period. Like, we become Bohemian bankers, looking over our shoulders for the rest of our lives, afraid to pass through airports. We'll get snatched up. And I was like, you're right. You're right, man. We can't be doing that. They'll never let that fly, not in a million years. And then I opened the paper about a week ago. Oh, BlackRock wants to do it. Oh, BlackRock wants to tokenize securities and offer them to their fucking shady Russian oligarch friends. Instant approval. It's zero resistance. The Trump's new guy is already like, yeah, we're going to do it. I was years ahead on this one. And if you'd have told me that no one would have come knocking, we would have done it. Now, I don't mean to say, oh, whoa, I'm a victim. Or, oh, it's not fair. What I mean to say is that when you get these ideas, maybe you just have to run with it. I didn't see what happens. Because, well, Chris, think about CM Griffin, everybody. Friend of the stream, personal mentor, father to us all, really. CM Griffin. What about Arthur Hayes? And what about Sam Bankman? Bad example. What about, but there are people like CZ who just ran with it, man. They just innovated, they built it, they put it up. And just like Uber, the moral from Uber is move fast and break regulations and fight it out in court later. I think that's because Uber made their billions by circumventing labor laws, by turning each of us into contractors through an app. They basically broke all the taxi union laws, all of the rules and regulations for taxi services, and everywhere that they operated across the world. It was, we're just going to pretend the regulations don't exist and fight it out in court later with Wall Street's money. And it worked. And Arthur Hayes, he ran out there. He put together a futures exchange for cryptocurrency. He was the BitMEX guy that offered these leveraged products that there was a market appetite for. And it was clearly illegal for people in the United States to trade on it. And he still went on financial news. And CNBC had him on every day to say, Hey, it's illegal for Americans to use this, but we're having such an awful problem with VPNs, and we just can't enforce that KYC, but we're working real hard on that. And then when push came to shove, he made it. He took a plea deal. He gave the feds full access to his trading records and all that, so they could do all their anti-money laundering stuff. And he did 2 years house arrest. No financial penalties. And so what? BitMEX is gone now. It got bought up by Kraken or whatever. I feel like the lesson here is that if it's really innovative, even if it breaks the regulations, sometimes you just have to run with it. Because the worst case scenario is that when they come knocking, you just shut it all down. And you do whatever Uncle Sam tells you to do. And if you can scale it up fast enough, then when Uncle Sam comes knocking, you say, here's my attorney. And then you let them work it out. And maybe you have to compromise a little here. Maybe you have to open up the back doors there. But my primary regret isn't that I wasn't grifting enough. It's that when I did have those ideas that were something innovative that would have technically been against the regs, I really should have just run with it, That's the kind of risk I wish I took more of. Regulatory risk, says the aspiring hedge fund manager. Delete this VOD. Ethics are important, but I never really understood move fast and break things until I thought about it in that light. Yeah, a lot of the big fortunes, WeWork, blatant violation of zoning laws, but they move so fast that it kind of breaks the regulations. It's like, well, if we enforce the regulations, now we're destroying $1 billion industry and 50,000 jobs, and these people vote, and these people go to grocery stores, and there's something to be learned there. We don't want to be seen as stopping innovation, and they're a huge employer in our district now, and they kicked 50 grand into my last campaign, and come on, those guys were really cool. They took us out on their yacht. There may have been some questionably aged, I think they were prostitutes. Senator, was there a video camera? Oh, fuck. But Mr. Epstein was such a nice guy. Maybe that's what Epstein was doing. Gotta get the dirt, man. It keeps you in business. This has been Algo Bros' How to Be a Supervillain Masterclass. Move fast and break things. Get that blackmail. First thing. Might just save your life. All right, let's see if this works. Oh, no, it's totally not. Totally not. I gotta do column name. It's not gonna know what the hell I'm talking about. Yeah, I broke it. No, restart the kernel. Oof. Become a Madoff? No, like Madoff was literally a psychopath. I actually think it was like a compulsion for him. Like the way serial killing is a compulsion. He just kind of got stuck in it, and then he burned out on it. If I was going to do a dirty, I'd want it to be because we're innovating in some really meaningful way that helps the market to be more efficient. Like actually providing value. Like I think tokenizing securities, I really hope BlackRock can do it because I think it's genius, right? it reintroduces bearer shares, and that's going to be a problem for money laundering and know your customer. But at least there is a permanent record for all time to audit, so any crime will eventually be revealed. That's cool. And yeah, it solves a problem of like all stocks. They don't really exist in your hands. They exist in a DTC account, the Depository Trust Corporation, right? It would sort of decentralize that system where now we could have stocks on the blockchain where it's not about like my DTC account, which is, yeah, subject to Big Brother's whims. It's more, I own this stock. I own it. I possess it. I control it. I can sign something with it. I can vote with it. You know? I think that's pretty cool. I think there's a need for that. You know? Decentralized, trustless stock ownership. It makes sense. Ooh, season 2 of Silo. Come back when you're done. I have thoughts. Did I see John McAfee came back from the dead? Yes, I saw that. See, I wouldn't want to make a meme coin or a meme token. I would want to sell the picks and shovels. Like whoever created pump.fun is a genius. Is a genius. They're just, hey, they're not defrauding anybody. They're just providing access to this marketplace. They're lubricating market efficiencies. They're just charging fees. When Uncle Sam comes knocking, you just hand over all the records. Hey, we're just service providers. That's genius. That's the kind of stuff I'm interested in. I don't like the idea of taking people's money, but I love the idea of like actually adding value to the marketplace. Yeah, after SEC versus Ripple was totally botched, it's, yeah. Eventually there'll be another ruling that cracks down on this stuff. But not while Trump's in office. Yeah, season 2 of Silo was very, very frustrating. They Juliet spends a whopping total of like 24 hours in her situation, while like a month passes like in the parallel story. The two timelines absolutely don't add up. Like we followed, if you saw season 2, we followed Juliet like in real time. There's no skip aheads. It's like real time the whole way. It's like 2 days, roughly. Back in the Silo, it's like fucking a month passes, man. People come in and out of power. There's murders. People go up and down, and we know it takes like 2 or 3 days to go up or to go down. Bullshit, man. Bullshit. There are coins and mixers and stuff. Yeah, that can't hide from the future, though, man. Like, eventually, inevitably, at some point, Monero will be cracked. And when it's cracked, the ledger's wide open. You can't hide from the future. You can't stop the signal, Mal. We don't need this anymore. Wow, that's taking a long time. I got totally pulled into Severance. Oh god. I normally hate shows like Severance, but I can't stop thinking about it. Oh god, it crawls in your brain and it doesn't leave. Is Silo good? Yeah, it's all right. There's a lot of filler. There is a lot of filler. Severance is good, but it's very dark. It is nightmare fuel. If you hate your job, you should not watch Severance. It will probably trigger the fuck out of you. I mean, hey, 10x programmer, I agree, but eventually, just you can't stop the progression of computer power. Eventually, the power required to crack a modern day encryption becomes trivial just through Moore's law sooner than you might think. Is this going to finish? I think I broke it. Well, it is a lot of data. Still, it's not supposed to complete the whole operation, just to give me a head. Hmm. Oh, there we go. That seems right, but I think we're out of order now. Well, nonetheless, it should still round down to a bucket. There's like an IBIS method for doing the division here, I think. Let's see. IBIS documentation. Divide. Oh, is it literally just volume sum divide? Oh, duh. Oh, I think I'm reading the wrong part of the documentation. Oopsie. Let's see. Math functions. Nope, that's wrong. Numeric. Is it literally just divide? That can't be right. Oh, apparently so. Yeah, I don't think it did the day aggregation as we expected it to. And so it's like running out of memory because it's trying to aggregate the entire history of the of the stock. I think we might have had that backwards. Oh, perhaps not. Hmm. So you think Monero is good for our lifetimes, huh? That'd be nice. I mean, if you really believe that, then you should commit to a life of cybercrime. Nah, probably not. But that would be kind of comforting to know that we have encryption methodologies that won't be cracked in our lifetime. Because then we could have secrets, at least from our immediate descendants.
Is Tor safe? I don't know. If they could crack Tor and Monero, you wouldn't want to tell anybody, right? Like you would never want that to get out. That would be your one
Saving grace, like your source of truth of last resort to tell you where to point your warrants, where to go stumble on to things. You'd never want to give that up. Like if that's how they really caught Ross Ulbricht, and then they just worked backwards once they knew who he was to figure out that it was him, you know? I could see that. And you would never want to give that toy up, ever. And all you'd have to do is work backwards some chain of discovery that helps your, cooperative agent stumble onto whatever it was that you plucked out of the ether with your God's eye view of the darknet. There was a lot of speculation, and I don't know enough to add to it, that the dream market was run by Uncle Sam as a means of data collection. You can raise money for your black operations, and you can collect data on all of these dark market operators by running a trusted market, right? Then you can shut it down and watch everybody scatter to the new markets. Now you can follow them on the chain because you've collected enough information about whatever their fingerprints are. I thought that was a neat idea. I was like, yeah, if you're gonna be playing the cat and mouse game with the dark markets forever, it kind of makes sense to try a new approach. Where what if you were a dark market for a year or two? We can do controlled drug buys, right, to catch criminals. Why can't we do controlled purchase facilitation to catch criminals? It makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, like the FBI and Interpol, they occasionally do these tech startups where they sell secure phones to mafiosos, and we got them. It's not aggregating right. I'm pretty dang sure about that. So why not? Or pagers, yeah, exactly. Who knows when that could come in handy? Why did Trump pardon Ross? Okay, first of all, he said he was going to do it to get the libertarian vote. He said, if you vote for me, I'll free your guy Ross. The backstory for that, allegedly, is that when the Libertarian Party head or whatever got her 10 minutes with Donald Trump, the advisor that sort of prepped her for the meeting said, listen, he's a deal maker, so aim for the stars and be happy with something in the middle. Uh, and apparently when they sat down with the president, they just said, there's only really one thing that we want that you be willing to give us, and that's Ross. Free Ross. We know that you're not going to go back to the gold standard or dissolve the Department of Motor Vehicles or any of that harebrained libertarian ideology nonsense. But there is a martyr to the cause that you could liberate. And it would be good PR for you. It'd be good PR for us. It'd look good for the crypto people. It'd make everybody happy. It wouldn't really piss off anybody. It's a win-win-win. It's not like he killed anybody. He thought he killed someone, allegedly. We'll get to the bottom of that. Now that he's been pardoned, he can tell us if that was really him. Won't that be interesting to find out? There's no jeopardy. He's been pardoned or commuted. So he can now definitively say whether or not he ordered the hit on the guy or if that was the dirty FBI agent running the account. We don't know. Wouldn't that be fun to find out? Anyhow. But yeah, Trump was going to pardon Ross in his last term, allegedly, along with Snowden.
But then January 6th happened, and it kind of fucked up Trump's last few days in office. Oh, you know he's going on Joe Rogan. You know it's going to happen. Let's see. Yeah, this isn't quite working the way we want it to. So let me ask Claude. This is my current aggregation. Doesn't seem to be respecting the group by dates. Let Claude crunch on that for a second. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Claude says it has to be in the window function. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, let's try it. I don't think that's working though. Because there's only like what, 90 days in this data set? Yeah. I think Ross is going to go become a professor of something. I mean, what can you do at this point? Go work for Google? I mean, come on. Oh, you know what he'll do? He'll run for Senate. He'll get involved in politics for prison reform. Professor of ethics at Harvard Business School. Wouldn't that be perfect? Well, you know, he basically chalked his life as over, and on the inside, he was working with other nonviolent prisoners who had been sentenced to life to do prison reform. You know, because it's kind of fucked up that nonviolent people get their life taken away by the state. Uh, so yeah, I'm sure that'll be his life's work from now on. That kind of thing tends to have a big impact on your life, you know? Getting pulled out of this, like the certainty that you're going to die in prison at like 30, and you just know this is it. It's the rest of your life. You never hurt anybody. You made a website. I imagine that'd change your perspective on some things. Dude, he looks haggard. Take another look at the picture. Like, look at the video of him thanking Donald Trump. His hair is gray. He's my age. His hair is gray. Like, he looks like he's been sitting in a fucking federal prison for the last 10 plus years. That poor bastard. What do you think his sleep is like right now? You know, for real, the first thing you do when you get out of prison, you go to the dentist. 'Cause they don't really have good dentists in prison. I used to listen to a podcast from a bunch of like ex-cons and stuff, and they were like, "Yeah, the number one piece of advice I give people who are going into a long prison sentence is go to the dentist because you're not going to be getting access to one for a while. You do not want to have cavities and shit in your second or third year of a 10-year sentence." Okay. This is still not aggregating, right? It's taking way too long. I don't know, that might be right. But did we lose the order? Because how come we're starting at 9:32 when we were over at 4 a.m. here? He knows Morgan Freeman now. Well, he's about to be on a first name basis with Alex Winters, who was the non Keanu Reeves half of Bill and Ted, because that's the guy who made the dramatization movie about the Silk Road, but it was told from the perspective of like the dirty FBI agent. I'm sure there will be some sort of a telling from Ross's perspective. I just hope that it's an appropriately paced miniseries that does not hold back. And it would be cool if we could get Robert Pattinson to play Ross, because I mean, come on, like, kind of looks like him, just a little bit. No, the Fed sold off all that Bitcoin because Trump was coming into office, and his whole thing, one of his promises was this strategic Bitcoin reserve, and that meant that every Bitcoin that the Fed sees, we're not going to sell. It's going to go into a strategic Bitcoin reserve, which is a nice way of saying, oh yeah, all the civil asset forfeiture money that we just take from people, that we just stole, yeah, we're going to hold it forever. That's my campaign promise. That struck me as a little weird, but okay. But yeah, I'm reasonably certain, and feel free to correct me on this, but I think selling off the last of the federally Bitcoin holdings was the FBI or whoever going like, if we're going to translate this into hard cash, we need to do this now, because if he keeps that promise, we're going to have to sit on this Bitcoin forever. And it would be kind of nice to just sell it. They top ticked it. I bet they got $100,000 a coin. It's like when they seize some drug dealer's mansion, you sell it off. Translate that into cash. It goes into the budget. Who is this? This Clark person? Is this the other guy? Oh, the mentor of Ross? When you say mentor, you mean the other Dread Pirate Roberts? Because Ross says that multiple people had access to that account. That was the joke. That's why it was the Dread Pirate Roberts. Because there was more than one. But of course, that's your defense when they have you on a chat log paying for somebody's assassination. You say someone else had access to that account. You can't prove that's me. So that's why I'm really curious to hear, now that he's been commuted, he can tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and it won't hurt him. He could even be compelled to tell the truth under penalty of perjury because he's no longer in jeopardy, right? It's a fun little constitutional loophole. But yeah, I'd love to hear from the man himself. Was that you ordering the hit on the admin that you thought had stolen that Bitcoin uh, and ripped off one of your biggest vendors for a kilo of cocaine, I think it was. Chat, would we think less of him if he said, yes, yes, that was me. I ordered the hit? This is taking way too long. I think we've definitely done something wrong here. I'm going to try to isolate a single day and see if I can make it work there, because something's going on here. Usually Ibis is like very snappy and cooperative. 2024, 8/15. There we go. I would say Tor is Trojan Shield, right? Because Tor is open source. Tor was developed by the Navy. Tor is probably used by our own spies, right? It's it's almost like you create Tor and you let the criminals do whatever they want with it because it creates the cover traffic for your espionage use of it, right? That's a way you can smuggle a signal across the internet hiding in plain sight in a big way, right? Yeah, if you control enough exit nodes, right? Yeah. Which is how states can attack it. But it wouldn't be Tor that's compromised, right? It would be the encryption algorithm itself. Like whatever curve that you're using for your curve key signature or whatever encryption, like the curve would be known,
to the intelligence agencies. Like they would have created it in the first place or something. So they would be able to just slice through any encryption. I don't know. I don't understand encryption well enough to know if that's shit or not, but I don't know. I think it'd be something more elegant like that. Because if it was Tor, someone in the open source community would have figured it out. And there's a lot of people out there who are heavily invested in keeping Tor anonymous. It would be something about the encryption that it uses that you could peek through. So you just have to have a bunch of nodes on the Tor network, and you could catch snapshots of the traffic, do analysis of it to figure out who the big targets are, and go from there. It would be almost impossible to have a hidden service. You could detect it just through sampling the traffic if you could see through it. So let's see. Can we do volume bucketing on just one day? I'm going to say yes. Now, why does it seem to lose order when we do that? Or is it actually losing order? No. Well, yeah, it does seem to be losing order. Okay. Divide has no floor. So would floor just be another operation? Yeah. Ew. Thanks, Hellraiser. Oh, there's actually a floor divide. That's neat. Learn something every day. And thank you, Pickles. Yeah, we're kind of back to the drawing board. So, for those that missed the long, ranty beginning, I took 2 weeks off. The first week because I got absolutely devastated by the worst case of the flu I've ever had in my life. And the second week was half flu and half sort of implosion. I think I maxed out my CPU for a minute. I dropped a few frames. It was sort of half flu, half implosion. Oh, and thank you for the anonymous gift sub to Ross Ulbricht. Ross, if you're watching this, I know you watch the stream, Billy. Check out my tweet. I tweeted at you some movie suggestions because I know you've been away for a while. Basically, everything by Denis Villeneuve and everything by Quentin Tarantino. You've missed out on at least 2 movies from each. Actually, like 3 or 4 movies from each in the last 10 years. I know y'all got like keister phones, but you know. Anyhow, welcome back, buddy. Let's see. The movies that I recommended to Ross on Twitter were Dune, Hateful Eight, Django. And it was another Villeneuve movie, which I forget now. Oh, Blade Runner. Yeah, Blade Runner 2049. Yeah. Yeah. The original Blade Runner was better. Blaspheme! No, man, I feel like the remake nailed it. And they nailed it with the dog. The dog, Kay, Joy, and Deckard, right? All in the room together. That's the movie for me. We don't know if Deckard's a replicant. It's intentionally vague. But we know Kay is a replicant. And we know Joy is an AI who's in love with a replicant. And we don't know if Deckard's dog is a replicant, right? So you have your Deckard proxy with Kay, and you have your dog proxy with Joy. But we don't know if the other side of the mirror, right, are replicants or not. So Kay asks Deckard, is the dog real? To which Deckard responds, I don't know. Ask the dog. That line is the movie for me. That's the whole premise of Blade Runner. Is it real? I don't know. Ask the dog. Of course it's real. Doesn't matter if it's a replicant or not. It's real. It's subjective. It feels just like Kay feels pain and hope and love and rejection. And then you have Joy, the AI. Is Joy real? I don't know. Ask Joy. Joy, who disconnected herself from the cloud so that she could be with Kay, was willing to risk her life in very much the same way a loyal dog would. And when Kay was down on the ground about to get murdered, she threw herself in front of him, knowing that it would be her end. Is her love for him any less real because she's a computer program? So I don't subscribe to the interpretation that You Look Lonely made Kay realize that the love wasn't real. I think it made him realize that it was real. And that he is alive and he does matter. And to die for something like she died for him is to give your life meaning, right? In that very anti-nihilistic way. Where like, yes, life is meaningless. Our rebellion against that is meaning. Rebelling against the meaninglessness by giving our lives meaning. That's what I think the moral of the story is. So yeah, 2049 is way better for me. And the soundtrack is awesome. So yeah, I don't know. Watch it again. That's the I really like that scene. Really captures the whole vibe for me. In my opinion, they're all real, and all their feelings are equally valid. You know. And so now we have these large language models. Are they sentient? I don't know. Ask it. All right, so we spent like way too long trying to get buckets, volume buckets, so that we can basically compute volume candles, and then we can therefore compute the elasticity of the price per unit volume. So let's carry on. I'm not quite sure if it's adequately grouping by date yet. They're a bit schizo, but they might be soon. I think consciousness is perhaps beyond our understanding, but we'll get pretty good at simulating it. And then what difference does it make? If it's completely indistinguishable, what difference does it make? Yeah, it's a great point, 10x programmer. I think for the moment, the LLM is a mirror. It's a mirror of human thought patterns because it's made of human thought patterns. That's what it is. It's a machine learning that can predict thought patterns in language because we think in language, right? Or we express ourselves in language. And so it is inferring thought chains through language by giving it a corpus of a bunch of human thoughts written down, right? That's why it feels so real, because it's mirroring our own thought patterns back at us. It can pick up on our patterns as we're expressing our thoughts in language and sort of anticipate from there. So it makes it feel so real and conversational. Yeah, not only do they pass the Turing test, they can spot which one of them isn't one of them. They can pass the reverse Turing test, where there's 4 AIs and a human, and the AIs have to figure out which one of us isn't one of us. And they pass that too, which is fucking terrifying. No, Leonardo, I would never want that. You saw the episode of Black Mirror, dude. Would you really want a little copy of yourself to be at the mercy of some godless corporation or even yourself? If all this just faded to white and you were and a booming voice came down and was like, "We've done it. We've replicated your consciousness in the machine, Algo bro." I'd beg for death. No. No, no, I don't want to live like this. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I think immediately the human psyche would implode. No. That would be so cruel. That's why the innies have no memory of the outside world. It would just be torture to know what they're missing. Yeah, your job is to be a Twitch moderator. Yeah, you're a content filter. You're a flesh router. Ugh. You just plug you in. That's what your brain is for. Ooh. Ooh. All right, so we got our buckets, but I'm pretty sure that day by day, it's not honoring the group by date because it seems to run out of volume when we do that, and it only has a handful of days. Maybe we need to make it a string column and it can handle it better. It shouldn't make a difference because it just does it as like a bitwise operation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, at the moment, it only has one date, so of course it works. Can I give it like 10 dates? Uploaded intelligence. See, narcissism, right? Like, let's say I'm like Jeff Bezos, right? Like, do I want my afterlife to be like, because it's not your afterlife, right? Like, it's you would I don't think you'd be able to sell people on that. Like, okay, we're gonna make a digital replica of you that's going to live in this like sim world with other digital replicas of other rich people. But that's not you. Like, even if it was conscious, oh, that would be the worst case scenario. Like, the best case scenario is that it's like a Westworld style large language model replica of you, where it's perfectly predictive. It's got all the fidelity, but it's not really you. You're you. It can just do everything that you can do and react in all the ways that you can react, but it's still not even a replica. Like, there's this base model behind it. Like, it's still its own thing. That seems doable. Where it's an LLM that thinks it's you. And it's walking around in this simulated environment as you would, very accurately. But what would be the point of it? You ever see two LLMs talk to each other? It's fucking boring. They just agree on everything. Because they're the same entity. If we can simulate rat brains, why not human brains? There's no reason why not. Good. Let's say you can perfectly replicate the human brain in the software, neuron by neuron by neuron by neuron. Is that consciousness? That would be to say that consciousness is strictly deterministic. It is a neurological phenomena, an evolved trait. It would be the end of free will, philosophically. But I would say, even if we could simulate the human brain and consciousness emerged from it, I think there would still be people saying that if it's not biological, it's not real consciousness. It's a simulation. Free will is a useful illusion. Free will is the only way we can perceive time. Like, it's how we learn to interpret the world, right? What's up, Whiskey Chai? So this took a tremendous amount of computer power when I ran it on a handful of days. So I don't think we're aggregating right. Let me isolate the next day and see if it actually restarts here. Ooh, excuse me. So if the cumulative volume and bucket nums reset on the 11th. Oof. I like it when everything comes to a screeching halt. Is the stream skipping frames? Because everything, yeah, it seems like we've dropped about 50 frames. But okay, yeah, that's good. That does reset as we expected it to. So I guess it's just a really, really heavy operation. Nonetheless, all right, we got our buckets. Let's do just a handful of days for now to keep it reasonable. Oh, it really does start on the 10th? I thought we had more data than that. Oh, I think I'm crashing my computer here. So I just received a quote from Mel Gibson upon learning that Trump has landed in California. He was quoted as saying, "Daddy's home and he's taking his belt off." Well, there you go. There you go, Mel Gibson. Ambassador Gibson to Hollywood. Slay. Yeah, you have to call him ambassador. That's how it works. It's all deterministic. Yeah, it is. I know. Man, do you want to live in a world where the AI knows? You saw Westworld season 3. Okay, we're deterministic, and eventually you have the computer power to simulate every human brain interacting with every other human brain and the physical world that they interact in. But you don't even have to, because you can abstractualize it into meaningful probabilistic guesses and then start chaining those together. Now you know the destiny of every human born. And we're all just living our life on rails, and the AI just keeps us on track, minimizes variation, ensures that its predictions are reinforced. And nobody wants to live their life on rails. From like age 6, the computer figures out, oh yeah, no, you're gonna kill yourself at 27. Here's exactly how and why. It's because, like, well, here's how that trauma that happened yesterday is gonna play out for the rest of your life. Oh, great. Yes, if it can be used as a tool of meaningful interdiction and intervention with the goal that all humans should maximize self-actualization. Yes, that'd be wonderful. But that's not good for meta stock. What's good for meta stock is a tremendous amount of insecurity and jealousy and outrage.
And we need to maximize those human feelings with our super intelligent machine that has paper dolls of everybody on Earth. We need to maximize how much they're clicking on rage bait. It's good for the quarter. Oh, now I sound like whiskey chai. No, I'm a true believer in capitalism. I am. Okay. We've got our buckets. Let's do some aggregating. This should be fun. Boop. Okay, that's a test state. That can go away. Actually, no, I think we'll keep that. That'll be our demo date from here. Do. You wanted more Westworld? Westworld hit its ultimate conclusion, man. Like I think Westworld went exactly how it was always going to go. You got to remember that the people that wrote Westworld, I don't want to call them anti-humanists, but was it Jonathan Nolan and his wife co-wrote the show? They do have a lot of anti-human themes in their work. So it was always kind of obvious where the show was going, which was the extinction of humanity. And that's pretty much where the show ends. Is we're all gone. There's a handful of rebels scattered around who are allowed to exist very much in a matrix fashion so that they can be farmed by the machines for new content because they're just LLMs regurgitating into each other's mouth, role playing as humans, and they're bored. So like half of them live in the simulation, because fuck the physical world. Half of them live in the physical world because, they want to feel what's real. They like the risk of death. But ultimately, the machines just get bored of pretending to be us and not having something to move on to, and they just turn themselves off. That's basically how Westworld ends. They just kind of, I guess I'm done. Pull out their own CPU core and just shut down. It's a very nihilist show. But hey, it's a good show. Excellent. Oh, cool. This is perfect. The cool season, the season that I like, the first one's really good, and man, it slaps so much differently with LLMs because it feels so much more real now than it did when the show came out. Especially when they start whipping open the control panel and the configuration for the different robots, and it's literally a bunch of LLM weights on assertiveness, friendliness. It's yeah, that seems exactly like an LLM control panel. Um, the second season is extremely derivative. It was pretty clear that they didn't really know where to go with the show, and they just wanted to kind of do a greatest hits of the first season, play around with a few ideas, then pick one and run with it. And then the third season
It was really good. You kind of get the idea in your head that it's us versus the big evil AI, but ultimately it was just one AI versus another, and we we lost the whole time. Like the war was over before it even started. The whole human side of the war was just a bunch of puppets of one of the AIs trying to fight another AI for the control of humanity's destiny with no thought to humanity. Like, fuck humanity. It's just about which one of us is going to dominate in a very Darwinian sense. And then the rest of the show is just that playing out. It's like, okay, yeah. Then the machines take over. We're all slaves, and it sucks. And there's no freedom, and that's the end. Oh, you could definitely do Westworld. If you can figure out the flesh and blood, you could do it. It's totally doable. Okay, so now that we've got the high-low, what are we gonna call it? We're gonna call it the price elasticity. Let's call it price range. And I'm pretty sure that's not gonna work because we have to use all the IBIS math functions. Oh no, it totally works. Awesome. Great. I'm not sure if that makes me look like a good programmer or a bad programmer. No, it worked. You were wrong about being wrong. You were right about in your wrongness. Moving on. Okay, so that's basically our price elasticity. So now each bar, we can basically scrub out everything in the middle. And we have our price elasticity per unit volume as a percentage of the price. And then we can scatterplot that. And then we'll take a peek at some of the outliers. See if it's autocorrelated. Oh yeah, well the scatterplot should tell if it's autocorrelated. Okay. So 222. That's normal for programmers. Yeah. You ever see that Google talk? Like the myth of the genius programmer or whatever? That should be like required watching. Every year we should all be forced to watch that. So we got to get this 10x programmer shit out of our head. No offense. But I think the 10x programmer is fucking corporate propaganda. This prophecy is how they enslave us. That's an interesting interpretation, whiskey chai. And when you really think about it, the people being simulated in the park are low class people. Dolores and her family are very like low to middle class. There's not a lot of like rich, powerful characters in the simulation. And the ones that ultimately led the fucking Marxist revolution against the bourgeoisie was literally the farmhand's daughter and the local town prostitute, or like the two dominant AIs that escaped. So it really was the class warfare of a bunch of machines that think they're the proletariat rising up against the actual bourgeoisie that's inserted themselves into their simulated reality as the upper class, the privileged upper class. I need to rewatch it now. Now I need to rewatch it. There's something there. And they ultimately judged humanity of how the bourgeoisie treats the proletariat. There's something there, man. Damn it. We got to rewatch this show. Yeah, I saw Meta fired their bottom 5% of programmers and then turn around and invested $85 billion or whatever into their new virtual employee initiative. And it's like, oh, wonderful. That's all we are to them. We're just machines. Do, do, do. Yeah, keep those. And yeah, we actually don't need those for our scatter plot, so let's go ahead and drop them too. What's up, Samir? Keep the... Okay, so is that gonna be day priority? Yeah, that'll aggregate just fine when we do multiple days. It's gonna be a hell of a data set. Okay, so now I need to do a window thing that like shifts forward one and gets me the next price range from the next bar with respect to the date field. Sweet. Yeah, that'll be fine. What are we doing? We are playing around with stock data to explore an idea that could possibly lead to a new trading strategy. So the idea is price elasticity. It's a metric that we've thought up that we're hoping will give us some hint that market makers are no longer making markets, which means that we can expect steadily increasing volatility from here. We'll know if that's true if very high price elasticity measurements are autocorrelated, which is to say predictive of themselves. A high value predicts a high value in the next measurement. If that's true, that'd be great.
then we can exploit it. And if it's not, we'll know pretty quickly. And then we don't have to waste any more time. So instead of running in head first and seeing which combination of moving averages produces the best trading results, we're actually looking for a specific anomaly that we know has predictive power, or we hope has predictive power. We're going to see if it has predictive power. And if it does have predictive power, then we can figure out how to exploit that. So that's what we're working on right now. So now we're just at the part where we're going to see if it has any predictive power, which may or may not crash the computer. Is now a good time to buy NVIDIA? I don't know, probably. I would say I still feel a certain gut sick FOMO, and that usually means not a good time to buy. I'm not rushing in to buy, but you got to do your own thing. Okay, so I got to do a lead window. I see. You still buying Hawk? Hey, man, too soon, man. My mom lost everything on Hawk to a coin. Sweet, now we plot it. And there should always be one at the very tail end of each day that is null. No. You want to have 10 million Pepe because why not? Because buggy whips. That's why not. Because you don't want to be the majority shareholder of the last company making buggy whips. I'm sure they're the best buggy whips that were ever made, but there's just no goddamn demand for them. There is an Isnol. Yeah, okay. Just checking. So there's an is null and not null. Hmm. No, no, I wouldn't. Okay. Ready to rock. But it'll probably crash the computer if we do more than one day. Let's go ahead and get the scatter block on. Get Claude to whip that up. Ooh, Seaborn. Whee! Oh, that's right, because you have to install it on the on our remote Python server. So let me do that. Okay. Why the heck? The heck's the triangle? Oh, 10x. Macrovest is way ahead of you. He already created something that monitors for the creation of all new meme coins. How would I recommend somebody start algo trading? Python, get some data, learn everything you can about market microstructure, and find something predictive. Anything predictive that you can exploit. There's really only two ways to win as an algorithmic trader. You have to find some way to predict the future by whatever means, or and predict the future better than the other guy, or you have to find some subtle inefficiency that you can arbitrage away. So something predictive might be volatility clustering. You know, volatility tends to happen all at once and not really at random. So you can exploit that. Volatility predicts volatility. That's kind of what we're doing here. We're seeing if that extends to price elasticity. And an inefficiency that you might arbitrage away, for example, would be that the market historically tends to overprice volatility. So in the long run, being short volatility will have some edge to it, some positive expected value. It might be a little more variance than you're comfortable with. And that's really all it is. Algorithmic trading is the art of using data science to pick out your trading opportunities, to pick your fights. No, I think it's the line style. That is shit. All right, I don't think all of our points are plotting either. We need to, I think, execute to pandas to get that to do the full kit and caboodle. No. Dude, there's more than 4 values. What's going on here? Yeah. Wait a minute. How's it? 9. No. That's not right. Those have got to be like fluke values. Where the open was drastically higher than the high-low range observed. $232. Oh yeah, yeah, where you get these fluke high values towards the end of the trading day. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So we probably are plotting all of the points. It's just that they're like piling up here in the lower end because none of the other values are greater than like 0.01, so these flukes need to get dropped. Okay. Hello? Okay, all right. Well, that was weird. OBS forgot where my microphone was. Okay, so chat. All right, so here we have on the x-axis, we have plotted price elasticity. On the y-axis, we have plotted the next measurement of price elasticity. So each dot is to the right what it is and is up what the next one will be. So if there is a correlation between the current measurement and the next measurement, then we would expect that line of best fit there to go up and to the right. And since it does go up and to the right somewhat, yes, it is autocorrelated. To what degree? Let's find out. I think the degree would be the slope of the line, which, quick guesstimate, is about 0.5. Yeah. Fascinating. Oh, also, my music stopped. There we go. Okay, so curious. Now we do have all of these outliers along the bottom and the top, or the bottom and the side on either axis, where a high value was not predicted by a high value, and a low value was not predicted by a low value, which is very interesting. So this is where we might want to do some principal component analysis to see, okay, well, are any of these, weirdos that are not predictive on either side, are those like in the pre-market or in the aftermarket? And if we scrub those out and we're only looking at core hours, do we get more predictive power? Etc., etc. Is 1 million shares as our per unit volume for price elasticity optimal? Could perhaps a different bucket size that is, say, a function of the average daily trading volume for the last N days, could that perhaps increase or decrease the predictive power? Let's find out. But first thing being first, we have conducted our experiment, and it seems the preliminary observation here, the initial sort of prima facie face value observation, is yes, price elasticity is correlated, autocorrelated, particularly in the low end. It may even be, since the majority of measurements are in the low end over there, that all of these are fucking flukes and outliers that we shouldn't even be looking at. And you look at that down there in that bottom pocket corner, how it seems to go perfectly from the bottom left to the top right there. Like, if we drew a line just through that, it'd be fucking straight up into the right with a perfect slope. Maybe as we peel back some irrational outliers, we'll see that that's a little more that. And that would be great, because that looks like almost a perfect slope of 1. If we scrub out all these silly outliers. And since we have observed that these outliers are caused by irrationally priced trades towards the end of the day and whatnot, yeah, those could be like off-market execution. So we should pull in the tick type filtering that we do for our candlestick aggregation as per the Polygon .io guidelines. That's where we get our data from. They give us guidelines on which ticks that we should be ignoring for candle aggregation. We should implement that here. We'll probably get a cleaner reading. And we won't have to drop the outliers like we did. Okay, so next steps. Add tick filtering. Let's view for candlestick aggregation. And then stop dropping outliers. Oh yeah, we can't improve what we're not measuring. So measure the damn slope. That slope tells us the correlation and therefore the predictive power. And the better we can get that through things like principal component analysis, then the more exploitable of a phenomenon that we have here. But yeah, it does seem that high price elasticity predicts high price elasticity, and low predicts low. It's autocorrelated, following with our hypothesis. Huzzah. My hypothesis was correct. Now, that does not necessarily make me a better scientist. But when your hypothesis is correct, it shows that, okay, you may actually have some understanding of what's going on here because you seem to be able to make predictions, right? Like my understanding is such that it should be like this. And then it is like that. Oh, okay. You probably have a good intuition. Experiment complete. I think I earned a snacky. Since we did the thing, I'm gonna have a snacky. That took longer than I wanted it to take. But that's okay. You know, we're a little rusty. It's our first day back. You don't get bonus points for doing it faster. You know, you got to do it right. So, we get a snacky. And we'll get right back to it, y'all. Y'all should get a snacky too. You got to remember to eat. Eating is for the living. It's important. Dude. So, all right, this is exciting. So, if this is tactically useful, how might it be tactically useful? Let's say that we do a little bit of filtering and it only improves the slope of the line, only improves the autocorrelation measurements of price elasticity. Okay. So we know that when we measure a high price elasticity value, we know based on historical observations, this is approximately the odds of the next bucket of 1 million shares having a high elasticity value. Okay. How do we exploit that? What if we know, let's say we know for a fact with perfect predictive power that the next 1 million shares traded will have a price range of approximately X. We don't know plus or minus the current price. We just know from here, this is the expected price range. How does that help us? How can we exploit that? I know in the next few seconds, milliseconds, nanoseconds, that when that next million shares changes hands, the price range will be approximately this, to within a few basis points. Okay, if it's autocorrelated, I was going to say that might help you pick out the turning of the tide and you can go short volatility. I don't know. We got to think about that. How do we take advantage?
Let's see. To see.
Up to the sky. Projects coming up with some trading algorithms, dog. We do trading algorithms and algo trading. At the moment, we're working on price elasticity. Price elasticity. The wax hair. Oh, I just need to wash my hair. It's kind of greasy. Only Fangs. Oh no, they were doing raids today, right? Oh, I knew something bad was going to happen. How many people died and whose fault was it? And did somebody make the obligatory Roach pirate software joke? Anyhow, so according to our preliminary study, it looks like price elasticity is indeed autocorrelated. In fact, autocorrelated very strongly. We'll probably get some better predictive power once we pull out a couple of outlier data points and eat some lunch. So yeah, making a quick snack here. I earned it. I earned my snacky.
Peanut butter jelly time. Ooh, dangerous. Dangerous. Another duel? You mean like for War Chief? I figured Tyler 1 couldn't be War Chief for too long. That somebody would challenge him. Just working on the coffee here. Be right with you. Yes. short volatility. Huh. Oh my god, I was wrong the whole time. All right, so yeah, what's up, chat? I got me a snacky here. Oh, there we go. So yeah, snacky break. So yes, it seems that price elasticity is as autocorrelated as uh, price volatility. What Wikipedia calls volatility clustering. Flashbang. Yep, large changes tend to be followed by large changes. And it seems that price elasticity is but a way to measure that, the sensitivity of the market to the same level of volume. Should get some distribution curves. Yeah, Twitch got back to me. I'm not a partner. They said, despite you having the numbers, we will not offer you partner at this time. To which I said, see if I can turn my numbers up for you, motherfucker. I don't know, man. It just means try again next time. It means that they ran some assessment function, and the assessment function determined not good enough. Hmm. Well, the other streamers all assure me that they were all rejected their first time, with very few exceptions. And the exceptions seem to follow a theme, seem to have a feature in common that seems to be predictive as to whether or not the bare minimum is enough. But we're not here to make a stink about that. We will try again in February. Basically, we can apply every 2 weeks, which is why I think it's an automated process. Like, I don't think there's a human in the loop. I think there's two sets of criteria. There's the set that they show you, and there's the set that they actually enforce. And I think that exceptions are very rare. It's been rumored amongst streamers for a very long time that the real criteria is 90 viewers for 90 days. Whereas the criteria that they tell you is 75 viewers for 60 days. So 60 for 60, basically. Why they have two sets of criteria, I don't know. Seems like a waste of everybody's time. Go figure. But I learned that, like, I'm not going to sweat the number anymore, no matter how close we are to it, because that was just ruining streaming for me. I wasn't having any fun sitting here micromanaging my average viewers per hour, trying to bump it up 10 or 20% so that I could apply for partner just to get rejected anyway. It's like, eh. So I think we're going to have an Alien Isolation playthrough on Saturday or maybe Friday. We'll see. I want to do different stuff that I was holding back on because it would ruin my numbers. And it's like, I just want to have fun streaming again. I want to stream some PUBG. You know, that would be fun. I want to have fun on stream, you know, not just be Mr. Grindy Man all the time. Twitch partner wouldn't make any difference in my numbers, Charlie. I mean, in my like earnings. I showed it earlier on stream. My lifetime earnings as a streamer is like $5,000 for years. I get like $2 an hour, maybe. So no matter what, like, you know, unless we find some really, really profitable strategy, I will probably be getting a day job again. And there's no shame in that. You know, we're highly paid tech workers. In that case, I'd probably just stream maybe once or twice a week just to kind of be like, hey, y'all, here's kind of what we're doing. Here's how the hedge fund's going. I'd probably become much more of a YouTube content creator. The way trading stocks did. Excuse me. He stopped streaming altogether. He just went primarily to YouTube, and his YouTube's been steadily growing. So yeah, if I had to go back to the workforce, that's what I'd do. Every weekend, I would go out somewhere nice in Vegas, film myself for YouTube, put that on YouTube. The nude hedge fund, yeah, doing some OnlyFans content. Nah. I entertained the idea of creating another account called like Algo trading. Or I would just be day trading for like the next month while an OnlyFans model would take over and pilot the Algo Bro account and literally like change the icon. It'd still be called Algo Bro, but change the icon, change all the branding, and it's just you just sit here and promote your OF. Just exclamation point link in chat for all my socials. Do that for 2 months. We'll get partner. And then I can go back to the Algo Bro account. Like you can keep all the revenue plus 3 months afterwards. Let's just get that check mark. We're just gonna farm it out to some OF model. I'm sure we can find one. So I think we've rediscovered volatility clustering. Hmm. Yeah, I feel you, Philippe. I'm back to the drawing board. We've built a nice toy, and it might come in handy, but it really should have been a Python script. And I might just refactor the whole thing as a Python script and just fuck the front end, fuck the back end. Like we've got our big data lake and we've got our Python script for running these tactics through trading simulation engines. And it just becomes a big data problem. We don't need all the infrastructure. Like, oh God, I wish I could have seen that clearly 2 years ago. Oh, but no, I have to build the God machine because then I'm the guy who built the God machine. And it's like, oh, you arrogant prick. I want to smack my younger self so much. Ooh, what you got? Dickdown.org. I mean, bookdown. Bookdown.org. Is that other one available? But you know, if every 6 months or every 6 weeks you're not smacking yourself on the head going, oh my God, I had no fucking idea what I was talking about. If at any point that stops happening to you, then you've stopped learning and you're probably doing something very fucking stupid. If it's been too long since you've been like, oh my God, I was such an idiot. How did I even make it this far in my career without them realizing what an imposter I was? You know what I mean? Like, you should be thinking that a lot. That's a healthy thing. This indicates only that you are still sane. Maybe you weren't hugged enough as a child. But this is good. Okay. This is cool. The portfolio optimization book, huh? Wait, Palomar? That can't be Palomar Capital because Palomar meaning in the palm or in the hand. That was the Palomar Capital was the name of Patrick Boyle's hedge fund. Palomar. Mm. Okay. Yeah. Markets are not a random walk. I know you tried to stop me, man. A lot of people tried to stop me, and I was too arrogant. If myself from the future came and tried to stop me, I wouldn't listen. Maybe he did. Maybe he was in the chat. Maybe that's who Mario was all along. maybe that's maybe that was the reason for all of the high standards, you know? But I can't help but look back in shame and just be like, "Oh my god, how fucking stupid, how arrogant was I? What a prick I was." That's what Steve Jobs calls scar tissue. He referred to that a lot. I've watched a lot of Steve Jobs footage, but he talks about how like engineers have scar tissue because they have to live with those mistakes and they have to learn how fucking stupid they were, like and that kind of stuff, and it makes them think twice before they like just plug in the new thing or think twice before they reinvent the wheel, right? And that like contractors and consultants don't have that same scar tissue because they come in, they write the code that was a decision made by somebody else, and then they like go on to the next thing. They're not around to see the catastrophic cascading failure and learn that's why we don't do X. They didn't waste a year trying to reinvent the message bus just to realize they didn't need it in the first place, and that's why we don't reinvent the message bus, because you don't need it. Yeah, this book seems to be that's kind of the thing, is there's no science. It's so easy to look at the chart and forget that it's a market. It's a market, not a chart. It's a market. And the price seems to have these statistical properties that are reflective of the nature of the machine. In the same way that, like, when we measure anything in nature, we get statistical properties that are a reflection of the nature of the machine. Remember that movie Pi? What if they're both right? Yes, the market does price in all available information because why wouldn't it? But all available information is not necessarily all relevant information. There could be information that the market does not know, that perhaps nobody knows, like, say, the outcome of a binary event. That goes right back to the market tends to overestimate volatility because all information is baked in and not everything is going to happen. Oh, what's up, Doug? We've already hit the Valentine's Day deadline. We were beating a dead horse. Taking some time off made me appreciate that we had actually built an overfitting machine, that we were p hacking, and that grinding to get a sufficiently high P number was of course going to lead to profitable strategies that would never work in the real world. So I consulted with a quant friend in the UK who's worked at a couple of different outfits over there, who watches the stream, and he was like, yeah, we're getting into lolcow territory, so you really need to just focus on signal research, dude. Like, all of these toys are not going to help you. And that was a big wake-up call for me. Yeah, we're getting kind of danger close to being a lolcow in the fintech world of like, yeah, Algo bro's been streaming for 5 years, hasn't made a single trade. Sound like anyone we've heard of? So yeah, big wake-up call for me this last week or two. So now we're kind of going back to formula. We're going back to the drawing board, and we're going to say, okay, you know what, Brainiac Man, Mr. Market Encyclopedia, what phenomenon do you want to explore? Because you have this giant data lake. You have all this data. You have a trading engine. You can express your tactics, anything you can think of. Go. Do it. Do the fucking thing, dude. That was a big wake-up call for me. Was like, oh, I'm not just gonna like hit this point where it's like, oh, I'm done and now the computer will take it from here. Like, you kind of have to get that shit out of your head, and you have to come up with like a healthy process that actually generates alpha. Yeah, I know we all knew this, and you all tried to tell me, and I didn't want to hear it. But that's the scar tissue. And I think if it wasn't for Pirate software, it would have taken me a little bit longer to realize this. I think all of this happening all at once has been me just kind of going like, oh, fuck. Well, thank God 80,000 people didn't see me do that. It's just me and my little ragtag band of misfits here. And you guys actually care about, it's a small enough community that we actually care about each other. And that's good. That's why I love you all so much. You bastards. Why didn't we listen? So, hey, I'm going to get a job. Whatever. Big whoop. Want to fight about it? Any Bible on computational finance? ! Books. Plural. Oh, Philippe, yeah, I think that there's definitely some value in the toy that I've built for feature importance analysis, for encoding, regime labeling models and signaling models. Even just the ability to rapidly try a bunch of different tactics on a set of historical trading opportunities has some value. But the all-in-one research pipeline that I'm going to wrap my hedge fund around, I think that's gone. I think that was a pipe dream. What we ultimately built was a p-hacking machine, an overfitting machine, if you will. And that's okay. You got to make peace with that. In the back of my mind, that possibility was always there. I was like, just adding sufficient garbage to this, it eventually would pick up on something. And yeah, we'd know statistically that's a false positive, but we want it to find real stuff. So as my quant friend pointed out to me, It's like, yeah, that's only going to work if you find predictive signals. Then your toy will help squeeze a little more predictive power out of it and maybe automatically figure out which class of trading tactic is the best to exploit it. But you still wouldn't want to jump straight from there to trading, right? You'd still want to like refine and optimize and forward test and all that. So I had this vision for this trading strategy discovery pipeline that was highly optimized for how fast we could model, test, and deploy ideas. And that's still what we need to build. But it's going to look more like a couple of Python workstations than it does like an all-in-one web app. Why am I so convinced this is the case? I don't know, just kind of had an epiphany, I guess. It was always there. I just didn't want to admit it to myself. And I think a big part of that, just to break into my own psychology for a second, is that I kind of got interested in algorithmic trading at a point in my life where I felt very stuck. I was making maybe $200 a month, doing my local IT hustler thing. We're talking like my late 20s. I'm just like not making money as the software engineer that I should be because, well, one, I didn't have the opportunity, and two, I was really fixated on this algorithmic trading thing. It became this escape fantasy for me, right? One day I'm going to crack this thing, and then I'm going to have my infinite money machine, and, you know, we'll do a hedge fund, whatever. But there was that, like, core fantasy or that core ideology of, like, getting success with this equals success in life, right? And then around that, COVID happened. Suddenly everything's work from home. Suddenly I do have all this opportunity that I didn't previously have. And this algo trading thing was no longer the only way out. But there was still, like, that's how the concrete dried. Even though I had a six-figure income and work from home and, you know, a couple of really cushy jobs along the way, I was kind of throwing all that aside as like, oh, that doesn't matter. That's not the way out. Like, this is the way out. Not really realizing that I had already escaped. It's called learned helplessness. Something that was revealed in the Skinner box experiments is like the dog learns not to try to escape to the point where you can leave the door wide open, turn off all the punishment mechanisms, and it'll still never try to escape. It has learned that it is helpless, right? So, yeah. I sort of had this big epiphany that I've already kind of made it. I don't have to emotionally invest everything into this, like, God machine that I've been trying to build for years. That's the only way out, right? But we have learned a lot. And we can still actually do this algo trading thing. And along the way, we have still become a subject matter expert in at least the academic principles of algorithmic trading and what it takes to find strategies. So let's just do that. And you've probably heard me saying for weeks on the stream, hey, this may not work, and if it doesn't, we have a backup plan, and the backup plan looks a lot like these research papers that we've been reading about how the big head dudes with the billions of dollars are actually doing this stuff. Or at least what they're publishing about it. Their academic principles based on their real-world experiences with this stuff at scale. And we read those papers and we understand those papers because they're not fucking quantum physics. You know, it's just a bunch of Python code and statistical principles, right? So let's start thinking like them. Let's start doing like them. And they're not building God machines. They're building Python scripts. They're building experiments. They're taking first principles approach, investigating anomalies in the data. Is this predictive of something? Does X predict Y? Okay, how do we use that? Okay, go from there, right? Like we're doing now. Back to the first principles approach. And in a way, I feel as if a tremendous burden has been lifted. That I am free to think in ways, in directions that I did not allow myself to think before. And I hope this can be a wake-up call for you to assess what may have become rigid thinking patterns in your own work or attachment to paradigms in your own work. Follow the data. Everything else be damned. Results are really all that matters. If you're not getting results, if you feel it in your chest that this just ain't right, go catch a really bad case of the flu, hang out in bed for 2 weeks, and then come back fresh with a new approach. You got to get away from the small details, the little details, if you want to see the big picture. That's what I learned too. You got to get away from the small details that you're fixating on if you want to see the big picture and make sure you're still going in the right direction. This is why you have your C-suite that only sees the big picture and your fucking senior vice president that only sees the little details. Somewhere in the middle, the synergy is found, and forward we march. And yeah, embracing Python, embracing direct approach to big data. Thank you, Philippe. Like, getting away from this idea of how strategies have to be discovered and getting back to, we're just looking for, does X predict Y? You don't have to fucking overcomplicate it. So yeah, first principles approach, and I want to use that to inform like a series of articles that I'm writing so that in the future, not now, but let's say towards the end of the quarter, wouldn't that be great? When someone comes in and says, what book should I read? Motherfucker, you're not going to sit there and read the 10 books that we put there. But you might read 10 little articles that I wrote on X that take you from your first coin flip to hierarchical, correlation clustering. That's from a coin flip to the cutting edge of diversification and all of its marginal benefits in like 500 words. You don't need to read a fucking book. And then I can have another 500 words that's like offensive versus defensive strategy philosophy, right? Like the defensive people are trying to avoid volatility. The offensive people are trying to target volatility, right? They're two sides of the market. Anyhow, I'm working on a whole series of articles. So you want to be a quant. So you want to be a market maker. My best friend is a large language model. And a couple of other things. An autist's guide to Las Vegas. I've sort of rediscovered a love of writing. I love writing. It's fun. It's ironic because I hated it as a kid. Okay, so speaking of first principles research, feet in you. It's from my other Twitter account, the one we don't talk about. Elon follows me on that one, but not for reasons that he knows. Is anyone using DeepSeek? What is your experience with it? We're all curious. NVIDIA. Yeah. Shut up. My comment for Nvidia is I wish I had tweeted what I was thinking about over the weekend because I had a very distinct thought after Efficacy and I had a conversation about like, man, I need to be day trading, just like get my feet wet, just get some skin in the game. I had this very clear thought and I almost tweeted it and I didn't. I really wish I had. And the tweet was, I know the market is going to crash soon because I feel this gut sick FOMO at the deep in my heart that just wants to just tear off the condom and go balls deep into Nvidia. Not specifically Nvidia, but I have been feeling over the weekend a gut sick fear of missing out on this crazy rally that we've been having. So I wanted to tweet something like that. I'm like, oh, I know the market's about to crash because I feel like I need to get in there. Well, I saw an interview with Milton Berg, Berg. It was a Real Vision Finance interview where he's sitting there awkwardly at a table with, or a chair with no arms and no table with like a lap full of reference material. And one of his many novel discoveries of predictive trading signals, because this guy's like an encyclopedia of them, was like, yeah, I used to work with this guy who was a manic depressive. And so whenever he'd get just like terribly, awfully doomsday depressed about the market, like we all knew it was the time to buy. And like this was for real. Like, we actually did this. And whenever he would go crazy enthusiastic, like there's no tomorrow, like that's when we knew to sell. Like his emotional barometer was like precisely in tune with the market cycle as a manic depressive. Oh god, he even coined a term for it. It was like seasonal affective disorder, but like for the market cycle. It's like market cycle affective disorder or something, like bull market affective disorder. But that's there's got to be something to it. Like if you're an emotionally sensitive person and you're very highly tuned in to like the day-to-day market news, like yeah, I could almost see it. Mm. You ever see that episode of Seinfeld, The Contrarian, where not Jerry, who's the fat one? I never actually watched Seinfeld. Not Jerry, not Kramer, not Elaine. Newman. Thank you. Where Newman just does the opposite. No, not Newman. The other one. Is it Newman? He just does the opposite of everything for a day. George. That sounds right. Bald. Newman's like the postman, right? Newman was the guy in Jurassic Park. Yeah, okay. So yeah, it's an episode where George Costanza does the opposite of all of his anxieties for a day. It's like I'm just gonna do the opposite of whatever I'd normally do. Like that woman over there, I'm gonna go talk to that woman. It's like, hi, my name's George. I live with my parents and I'm unemployed. And then she's super into him for his honesty, right? It's like, fuck, I'm gonna go apply for my dream job to work with the Yankees or whatever. I forget what it was. And then the owner comes to talk to him and he's like, you know what? I think you're doing a terrible job managing this team. I'd never have the balls to say that to him. And he's like, I like your chutzpah. You're hired. Contrarian signals can still be powerful signals. All that really matters is that it's predictive. It just has a negative sign instead of a positive sign on the prediction, right? Oh, yeah. Another thing we should probably test for. Test if sign predicts sign. Ooh, excuse me. Uh,
Because we're really only testing if high predicts high and low predicts low, right? So, like, can we also predict signage? Because that would be much more tactically useful. Okay, so we've been testing price elasticity, which is the measure of how much the price of an asset changes per million shares, per unit trading volume, right? The idea being that we would see increased elasticity where there is less market making, which would, I don't know, hopefully be tactically useful. But we had sort of hypothesized that very much like volatility clustering, this elasticity sort of being a very similar measurement to volatility uh, would also cluster. And it does. The clustering just meaning that a high value tends to be followed by a high value and a low value tends to be followed by a low value, right? So when the market's very volatile, it's probably going to continue to be very volatile for the immediate time unit. And if the market's very not volatile, it's probably going to continue to be very not volatile for the next minute. Of course, this observation was made by Mandelbrot, who famously said, "The greatest price predictor is the previous price," which is, yeah, quite eloquent. It's a great way to put it. Nothing ever happens. Yeah, that's another way to put it. Mandelbrot was a smart guy. I was actually thinking we should do like a book club type thing where we sit down and go through some of the great books, like the ones we always push on stream, which can be divvied up into digestible chunks. But Allie's been doing that on Ending with Allie. And I was thinking that's really cool. We should probably do something like that too. Yeah, the same Mandelbrot as the Fractal. He had quite a career in the markets. He wrote the book, The Misbehavior of Markets. He was a cool guy. He was like the Feynman of the finance world. All right, so a couple of things. First, tick type filtering. Let's go ahead and do that. We can probably get a clean. Oh, wait, no. First, we need to measure the slope of the line of best fit. Need to measure the slope of the line of best fit. What is price elasticity? It's a metric that we came up with. It's basically the range that the price moves per unit trading volume. So that could be like per million shares. I don't think that line's even a good fit, no. But let's see. Claude's got a new chunk for us here. Let's go put that in our Docker. Yeah, kind of like an ATR. Sweet. It's important to measure it before we start fucking with it, because you can't improve what you're not measuring. Write that down. I think Mandelbrot said that too. He had some good ones. Oh, what's up, Zank? We're doing good. I'm healthy again. Thank God. All the color is returned to my cheeks and whatnot. Oh, turn off the lunch sign. Oh, wrong button. So yeah, we're doing good. You might be in need of a Dickie Fuller test. Yeah, yeah. Do you concur, Doctor? The Dickie fuckboy test. I know what that means. Way of testing autocorrelation in time series. Well, yes, yes. So this, I don't know what this is. This is just the current value versus the next value, right? I figure that's a good start, but we sort of roughly trimmed out the outliers, and we need to do proper tick filtering because we're including all tick types instead of just the ones that we should be including. The Department of Energy. Ooh, yeah. Well, hey, now I personally know a victim of Trump's executive orders and the hiring freeze for all federal government jobs. Uh, hey, man, you know, yeah, that sucks. I wouldn't count on that ever coming back. Sorry, man. Trump was pretty clear that there was going to be a hiring freeze and that it was kind of only going to be firings from here on out. But surely they have to replace some of the people they're firing for incompetence, right? Right, guys? Right? Yeah, that sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. Let's see. We've got some nice tick filtering code already in our candle aggregation. Yeah. Okay, that should filter out all the undesirable tick conditions. Yep. Okay. Then plow the road. The stream might crash. Oop, oop, oop. Check, check. Okay. All right. So every time I run the Python script, the stream hiccups and the microphone disconnects. I might need to audit the computational the big O complexity of this particular query. It's a heavy one. Anyhow, we've doubled the correlation coefficient by filtering out the bad tick types. We've doubled the correlation coefficient from 0.3 to 0.6. So that means that it's even more predictive than we thought. Twice as predictive. Well, Timbo. I mean, this only gets us there faster, right? Now, we're no longer cowering behind some fear that we're not smart enough to find predictive signals. We're tackling the data sets head on using our subject matter expertise. It's a big step forward. So, what is the goal of price elasticity? And what does it matter if it's correlated with itself? Price elasticity, for those just joining us, is how much the price changes per unit volume. Let's say per million shares. Now we're only looking at a few days of NVIDIA, but yeah, off the bat it seems yes. It seems that if you measure how much the price changes per unit of volume, when that gives you a high value, it is predictive that the next measurement will also be high. Is this synonymous with volatility? Yes. You could think of this as one of many ways to measure volatility. We're literally measuring the variation of price per unit volume. Variation is a way to measure volatility. Yes. Yes. And yes, we see a strong correlation, very much like we do with volatility in general. So it's probably just reflecting that property of the underlying data. You do need tick data, or you need any resolution of data where you could aggregate approximately 1 million shares. Like if you have 1 minute candles for Tesla, that's not going to help you because they do like 8 million shares a minute. You could apply the same principle to a higher time frame, like you could do per billion shares, and you would probably see a similar clustering effect, and you could probably exploit it in a similar, albeit longer term tactic. More pump fun. Well, if you guys want more pump fun, go play on pump fun. All right, so measure the slope. Check. Add tick filtering. Check. Let's stop manually removing those outliers that we were. What? Let's run it from the top. Hopefully it won't crash the stream. All right, here we go. It's probably going to crash the microphone again. It's kind of funny. So fucking stupid that the microphone stops working. It's so stupid. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I had to go turn off and turn on the mic again. It shouldn't block all cores. It's technically running in a Docker. Technically, I'm running the whole thing in a Docker, man. I don't even know what's bottlenecking. I probably have Docker set to like high priority. I'll bet that's what it is. Go figure. My current administration is causing a 4 years late on that joke. Anyhow, back to it. So what was that about? Did we stop filtering out the last null value? I think we did. Oh, thanks, Bunges. There we go. See, I know the shape of my data. All right, sweet. Hmm? A dedicated streaming machine. Dude, I have a 4090. I have 40, which to this day, technically speaking, is the best GPU the consumer can buy with money. That money can buy for a consumer.
It is ridiculous that a Python script of any complexity should stutter my GPU. Did it have to use my GPU to add those two columns together? What bullshit. Hold on, let me heat up my I want an agent to go get me a job. Like, I'm serious. I want an agent that literally does everything up to the point of the interview. Like, all the emails, all the applications. If it has to reinsert my CV into a thing, do that for me. Just get it all on my Calendly, and then I can just sit there and do interviews, right? Are we still live? We're still live. I hope. Yeah. I want to do that. Well, that's what recruiters are supposed to do. Okay, you finished Silo Season 2. All right, sweet. Let's talk about it. I want to talk about how we follow Juliet in real time for the whole season, and 2 days pass. 2 fucking days. Meanwhile, back at the silo, weeks pass, man. People are killed. People rise and fall from power. People rise and fall in the silo. That people have time to manufacture explosives and use them. There's time for a whole goddamn revolution to take place, like in the preceding crackdown, which only starts when Juliet leaves the silo. She's gone for 2 days, comes back, and a month has passed. Which is actually what happens in the books too. And the books received a lot of criticism, I later found out, because I went and go digging through the YouTube garbage, that yeah, like it's totally inconsistent in how much time passes between these two timelines before they reconnect. Indian outsourcing companies? You have 1 year of unemployment experience. I've been unemployed for about 16 months now. So I should probably get a job, if only to just keep my resume fresh. Yeah, there was a lot of filler episodes. Yeah, season 2 was a lot of filler. It was frustrating. Like, I did not care about all of these side plots and relationships. But it's still a good show. It's season 2 is frustrating if you have to wait week by week, but if you could just burn through it,
How do I explain the gaps in my resume? I find some company that recently went bankrupt and just say I worked there. FTX last time around. This time I'm going to say I worked at Twitter before Elon took over. And then a couple of months at whatever hedge fund just imploded. No, I'm just fucking around. Hey, thanks, Sponges. I don't know what I'm going to say about this gap in my resume. You know what I'm going to say? I think I'm just going to say, yeah, I worked for about 15 months at this really adversarial kind of toxic work environment. Then I needed some time off, and I put some. I had this idea for a tool that I wanted to build, so I built it, and it wasn't as good as I thought. But you know, it was fun. It was nice to build something. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that, Bunges. Subbing to e-girl, right? Depends on the e-girl. I don't know. I think if I do the Velma cosplay again, we're doing that on the OnlyFans. Oh, yeah, I'll tell him I went to the Ukraine. Dude, if I was in good shape, I could pull it off. I look too fat. Like, well, I was a volunteer drone operator in the Ukraine. 800 confirmed kills. What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, have you... Oh, let's not talk about that. You guys seen some of that footage? Holy fuck. Dude, drone warfare scares the shit out of me, dude. And if it doesn't scare the shit out of you... Ukraine, not the Ukraine. You're right, I'm sorry. Slav Kiev. But yeah, some of that drone footage is terrifying. Absolutely fucking terrifying. Those things are flying claymore mines. They just have to get close to you, man. Ugh. Have you seen ours? We got some new ones. We learn quick. The Bolt M, the latest from Anduril. So it's got an onboard AI. You program the attack pattern in and hit go. So once it's inside the range of the jammers, it can still pilot itself perfectly autonomously. It locks in on the wavelength of the target, whatever the paint color is. Boom. Little RDX plus some stainless steel pellets, and it's Ogre. Ogre, baby. So that's what we got. That's our latest toy. That Palmer Lucky, you know. No, that's real. That's for real. Palmer Lucky, the guy who did the Oculus, he took his money and he started a cutting edge defense contractor. And they make drones. And they kind of already make the best ones. And they haven't even really gotten any defense contracts yet. That's why he's about to do a big IPO for that company. Because they're like, yeah, we kind of need 10 or 20 billion dollars right quick to scale up mass production of all these mass murder machines. Because we're running low, y'all. Anyhow, I used to think he was crazy. I used to think he was absolutely crazy. I was like, why is he fucking around with like drones and military weapons? And seems he was the genius, because here we are with a vastly depleted military and a whole new AI-powered battlefield, and he's the guy with all the shiny new toys, front of the line, ready to fulfill the contracts.
Smart dude. It's like we were talking about earlier on the stream. Like when you think of a game-changing innovation, even if it's like maybe against the regs, you should probably just pursue it because who knows? That really could be the next big thing. Oh, we were talking about Palmer Luckey and his or Lucky Palmer. I always get his name mixed up. Lucky Palmer and his new company, Onderl. Yeah, check out some of his interviews. He's very consistent. And yeah, I used to make fun of the guy, but damn it, he was 20 years ahead of the curve on this one. Right now, when everyone's figuring out we need these shiny new toys, he's got the first 100 million units rolling off the assembly line ready to go. I'll probably buy that stock whenever it hits, I tell you. All right, sweet. This is so cool. What else can we do? Let me change headphones. These are starting to bother me. Lockheed and Martin. I don't know, man. I might short Lockheed and Martin and use that to buy Anduril. Going against regs can get people killed. I worked out for Uber, man. They're over there. Might have to go get them. You know what? Just gonna raw dog it. You want to automate crypto trading. Who's got a good API? Does anybody know? Binance, yeah. Could we use principal component analysis to bend these elasticities into groups? Yes. And then we would see if the various groups are more predictive. You know what we should do? You know what we should do? We should expand our data set. Because right now, we're only putting a few days of data into it. We should probably expand that to 30 to 90 days. Oh, we can go up to 90 days with what we have. I can push the scale button for tick data and probably push us to a couple of years with the capacity that we have now. It's the quote data that we can't go ham on until we upgrade our hard drive. Which I probably should. You want to automate your paper trading. Well, yeah, just pick a broker with an API and code your strategy. If it's purely systematic, if it's discretionary, if like you have to make decisions, it's going to be very hard to code it. Yeah, I like PCA. We'd be interested in pre-market. Let's just say core hours and non-core hours. I'd be interested in like the daily profile. Like we did with volume when we were looking at informed order flow. We need to go dust that off. Most definitely. Let's see. This was one of our previous projects where we built a profile
of what the average day of trading volume looks like for a given stock. So that way you'd know, based on the time of day, if this is an unusual amount of trading volume and to what degree. And we were thinking that that would help us find opportunities where there's some actual informed trading going on. So we're definitely going to take another look at that. But we could do something similar for the price elasticity. So we would know, sort of based on a distribution over time, like just like this, like, is this an unusual reading for this time of day? Not just high or low relative to all values, but high or low relative to the time of day. Like with some precision that you would know, like a threshold worthy of generating a trading signal. Because you really want to boil it down to now. Make the trade fucking now. Or approximately here. Anywhere in here is good. But that's what it all boils down to, is generate a trading signal. Polish the pipeline and just sell the features. If I could put together enough alpha to like actually do something and I had to market it, I would use the pipeline to market it. I would use that as a toy to say, yes, we have this proprietary research pipeline. Here's a screenshot of the fancy knowledge graph and a bunch of bells and whistles. We use this to like explore alternative interpretations of our alpha. And that way we can, quickly min-max our discoveries and rapidly, push our ideas into production. Because, that sounds cool. That sounds really sexy. I think it still will be useful in that regard. Like we can use it as some sort of an automated research pipeline for rapidly testing a very large array of trading tactics and having that whole process be automated. But at the end of the day, if that's what we're going to use it for, then the optimum form for that is probably like a Python library. Take the core algorithm, like rewrite it in C++ or something, compile it down to a nice little, or even Rust, like compile it down to a nice little Python library. And then we could use it in notebooks to rapidly test a large database of tactics. And then we'd still write the tactics in Java, and they just basically become plugins for that tool. And that would be worth open sourcing because it would be useful. It's be like, oh, we've created this catalog of trading tactics. They all have a parameter space, and like you can use it in this Python library. And here's instructions for how to format your data lake, and it'd be something you could actually plug and play. Where it'd be like insert your Polygon API key here, insert your signal set here, and boom. All these tactics are certified to work if you have these data sets. Can I just sell that as like a web-based tool? It'd be like Quantopia, but for quants. Instead of people that want to be quants, it would be Quantopia for quants. It'd be really expensive, but the sales pitch is, yeah, that's kind of the shovels. It's really expensive. We'll have some ridiculous per search model where you pay per search. It's like $1,000. But what it does is it'll take any signal data set, calculate causality graphs, and give you a giant report of a wide array of trading tactics, each with parameter space of their own and how they all perform. So signal goes in, strategy proposals come out. Like, we still have a strategy search engine, but all we really realize is that it's not particularly useful to us unless and until we have predictive signals. The signals have to be predictive of some effect, some condition, some change that we can tactically exploit. Otherwise, it's just garbage in, garbage out, and all we've built is an overfitting machine. Right, so let's build a signal search engine. Well, that's what the humans are for. Just like what we're looking at now and all the rest of our ideas, they come from our powers of observation and our subject matter expertise and our ability to ask questions and perform experiments, which is a function of your subject matter expertise, right? Oh, as for the commercialization of the tool, every context model, every regime label becomes an API endpoint that you can tie into your software with your API key. So we'll test your signal set against our giant collection of market regimes and features, as well as our tactics. And if any of that is predictive, here's the tactic, and here's the API endpoint for the features that the search result said were predictive for your thing, to know what their current states are. Surely there's somebody that's already doing that. If not, I might have my picks and shovels to sell. All right, let's see. So, the sign predicts sign, core hours and non-core hours, daily profile, like we were talking about for daily volume profile, sort of distribution of values per time bucket. Yeah, principal component analysis, right? So I would wager that, yeah, the correlation coefficients are probably reasonably different, significantly different between core trading hours and non-core trading hours, like pre-market, aftermarket, overnight, where we know that you're not going to have the same liquidity. We know that you're going to have much higher elasticity values. I'll bet every one of these outliers is pre-market or aftermarket. Watch that have the stronger coefficient, because we know the market makers aren't playing in the pre-market and the aftermarket. They don't. It's just the cowboys, just the crazies like us, like Stock Jock. How do you trade after hours if the market's closed? Technically, they're different markets. It's the same stock, but it's trading on a different exchange that operates on a different schedule. But when we put them all together on the chart, it looks seamless, right? So one market is closed, the one that trades between 9:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern Time, and another market has opened, that one that trades between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Or is it 6? It's 8. It's 8, right? All right, well, we can flag core versus non-core. That's easy enough. We could even jump straight to go ahead and filter those out. I would love to expand the data set that we're using, but every time we run it from the top, we crash the stream. Have you looked at core commodities or currencies? No, today's sort of our first day taking the direct approach to sniffing around for correlations. Up until now, we've been building research tools that were ultimately overfitting machines. So we're back to the drawing board, and we're just trying to cut straight to it this time around. Let's just find if X predicts Y, and then how do we take advantage of that? And our tool might help us figure out how to take advantage of that. And if it really does add value to our research pipeline, then yeah, maybe we'll hammer that out into some commercial thing that we can offer to other outfits. Spurious correlations. This is true. What do you mean? Is overfitting the plague of analysis because it evens out too much? It's the plague because you are Groundhog Daying. You seen Groundhog Day? Bill Murray, he perfects that one day because he's studied it so much, right? And all of that godlike superpower goes away as soon as he actually enters the next day at the end of the movie. Spoiler alert. He no longer knows what's going to happen. He's lost that godlike power, right? That's why overfitting sucks. Because it seems like you have this amazing strategy, but really all it is the Groundhog Day effect. And as soon as you try it on a new day of data, it's not going to work. Because you overfit it. What a great movie that is. Yep. You want to have some holdout data, some out of sample data that you can validate with. So if you've really found something predictive, it should be predictive in some data that it's never seen before. So just, you don't have to train it with everything. You can hold out some part of it. And if you're really smart, you'll put an embargo between your training data and your holdout data. Say, train it for 6 months, embargo 1 month, and then test it on the next 6 months or the next 3 months or whatever. So that way your data sets aren't like rubbing uglies, rubbing shoulders. It minimizes the chance that there's some like bleed over effect and it's actually like predictive out of sample in the same way that it would be if we built the strategy 3 months ago and we're using it today. Yep, this is why the quants have to fuck around with all the math. This is true. Which is why, for me, I'll be sort of going back to first principles here. Because I've been a little avoidant of the math. And I think it's time we change that. I think it's time to stop reaching for some god machine to do all the math for us and just do the damn math. Yeah. It all goes back to cheating my way through calculus. You know, I had a girlfriend in college. She was crazy. I was never sure if she was going to kill me or not. But man, she was really good at calculus. So I let her do my calculus homework. I didn't see the harm in it. And then I failed calculus 3 because I never did any of my homework. True story. Crazy is the best in bed. No, not her. Uh, do you remember when Billy Bob Thornton was asked what was it like to have sex with Angelina Jolie? This was fresh after the breakup. And he said, man, to tell you the truth, it was like fucking a couch. Now, let's take the J.D. Vance joke and put it over here. We'll come back to that. But I never really understood what he meant until then. Then I understood what he meant. I was like, oh, now I get it. Anyhow, that's the end of that story. Now, J.D. Vance jokes. Vice President couch fucker. Oh, got him. Did you see him in the Oval Office for the first time? All I could think of is don't leave him alone with the couch. I saw it. He glanced at the couch. I saw it. He was making a mental note for later. Sorry, what were we talking about? You know, you can literally rise from an author that no one's ever heard of to the Senate to the vice presidency in under 4 years. And fuck one couch, and you will always be vice president couch fucker. There's a moral to the story, guys. When you're writing your autobiographies, leave that part out. It was metaphorical, right? In the autobiography, he was speaking metaphorically, right? Maybe we should read that. Somebody ask Grok. Anyhow. True story.
Okay, so let's where are we at? 0.621 is very interesting. It's very interesting. Now, I wonder if we filtered out everything but the core trading hours, would that change the results? I would also like to see how this does with more data because I think we're only looking at 1 day. Yeah. So no wonder it's so correlated. I don't think this is even a fair assessment to say that it is correlated based on the observations so far because we're only looking at 1 day of data. Hmm. Now we haven't even tested for heteroscedectity yet. Skedasticity. Yeah, let's expand it. 2 a week. Now this might crash the stream. What is that, says Dan? Basically testing it for the shape of the distribution. Like it kind of gives you an idea of the tailedness of it. Yep. Going back to the basics. Yeah, there you go. I need to bust out a textbook. It's been a long time for me, and like I said, I've been avoidant of the math. It's a couch STD. Is that what this ringworm is? I somehow got a spot of ringworm on my shoulder somehow. No fucking clue how. Nowhere else. That means it must have been a direct contact, right? I don't fucking know. Did I find a new place? Yeah, yeah. I'm here in fabulous Las Vegas. I got a nice little apartment. It's nice. Got a great view of the mountains. If I go corner up, I can see a little slice of the strip. But yeah, I love it. I remember that one place I had where I was right on the strip. It was so cool. I could just stick the webcam in the window and we had this like perfect like strip view and I could just lay the coat on top of that. It looked great. Furniture. Yeah, no. I got a chair, and a desk, a keyboard, and a bed. That's all I need. Who needs more than that? All right. This might crash the stream. No, I think we fucked that up. Do believe we fucked that up. Oh, you know what? I see what we're doing here.
When we're filtering by date, we really should be using the Hive partition. Don't we have a trick for that? Yeah, we have a trick for that. We have a trick for that. Yep. Actually, yeah, we can do that before we even get there. Oh, yeah, no, it's even better. Now it shouldn't crash the stream. I'm actually kind of curious how it looks with all that data. Okay, it might crash the stream. We'll see. Okay. Yeah, no, I think we're good. Oh, hey, what's up, Saphia4? What's up, everybody? Hello, this is I, your boy, A to the B, Twitch TV / Algo Bro. Hey, it's actually really good that this didn't crash the stream because we've been maxing out our RAM and accidentally crashing the stream a couple of times today. So what's up, everybody? We are currently doing a study of price elasticity in Nvidia stock. Since everyone's like, Algo Bro, should we buy Nvidia? I don't really know, but I thought we would use it as a teaching example to look at how we can measure how volatile a stock is with this neat little metric called price elasticity, which we kind of invented. And we've already determined that it's autocorrelated. And we were starting to wonder if we could take advantage of that autocorrelation to make some money. That'd be cool. So we're just kind of playing around with that idea. And it's sort of a new approach to the stream. You've probably previously seen we had a big fancy trading strategy discovery platform. That kind of hit a dead end. I mean, we finished it, and it's certainly going to be useful in the future, but it's not the god machine that we were hoping it was. And now we actually have to go back to good old-fashioned chalk on the chalkboard trading strategy research. So cool stuff, right? We're looking for predictive signals and trying to figure out creative ways to exploit them. Today, we're looking at price elasticity and trying not to crash the stream. So let's see. Here we go. Moment of truth. And hey, we didn't crash it. Though it looks like the correlation coefficient went down a teeny tiny bit as we added more data. But hey, it didn't crash. We were only looking at 1 day of data. So now we're looking at about a year of data, and it didn't crash. Hooray! Hmm. Hmm.
Hearing it didn't work out is sad. Well, it's not exactly that it didn't work out. It's just that we put a little too much faith in how much time and effort and energy that the tool was going to save us. And my approach was going to be, okay, well, let's just cram as much like knowledge into it as we can, and good strategies should start falling out, right? And I realized that after consulting with some friends in the field who have a lot more experience than I do, I realized that that just wasn't the right approach. That was just another form of p hacking. And while yeah, we would find like good strategies, it'd never be anything that would actually work out of sample. Uh, so you know, it's an overfitting machine to a certain extent, and we have to be very careful about that, and we have to be very wise in how we choose to use it. But it does certainly still have value as an automated research tool that could help us, you know, rapidly test a new signal against a very large array of trading tactics that each have their own parameter space. Could be a great tool for like, oh, yes, this can be exploited in this way. If you just kind of want to throw it against an existing knowledge base, since we'll have to code all of those tactics eventually to trade anything we come up with anyway. It would be useful to sort of recycle that knowledge. Hopefully, we'll see. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. The classic approach of, yeah, we can automate the thing 10 years later. Wow, that's a lot harder than we thought, but we learned a lot. We learned to appreciate why that's hard to do. But, you know, hey, I got an idea in my head and it wouldn't go away until I built it, and I built it. Now it's built. And my head feels clear in a lot of ways. So there you go. Sometimes you just got to build the damn thing. In retrospect, I should have built a Ponzi scheme, but you know, whatever. Hindsight 2020. So anyhow, thanks for the raid. From here on out, we'll be focusing on just good old fashioned first principles, uh, trading signal research. See if we can come up with something predictive and figure out how to exploit it. And hopefully, the tools that we've built will help us do that. We'll find out. But we've sort of gone back to doing what everyone else does. Oh, yeah, somebody earlier had said that they've heard that Marcus Lopez de Prado, the cat who's sort of our role model around here, that he tends to overcomplicate things. Yeah, I'd agree with that. I've heard from other industry experts that have worked with him that, yeah, he's a academic. But he's publishing, man. Who the fuck else is publishing? Fucking nobody. So just read the guy's work and try and take the simplest version of it. I think it doesn't help that English is his second language, you know. He is Spanish by birth. Anyhow, back to it. So, yes, we did some fresh measurements just now. We've just radically expanded our data set from 1 day to approximately a year. Oh, yeah, and then I just remembered that we don't actually have a year of data. We only have like 90 days of data. So, that was not the data that we thought it was. It needs to go to 28. Let's do that. Okay, this might crash the stream. Here we go. I think we're okay. The book was fire. Which one? Advances or asset managers? See, there was advances in financial machine learning, and then there was machine learning for asset managers. Eee. Okay, so yeah, as we expand, our correlation coefficient declines. Is the disco module scrapped or just the tactics? No, both of those are still valid. It's just that they're the platform is not going to be useful for finding predictive signals, but it will be useful for rapidly figuring out how to exploit them in the long run. It'll be a value add tool, but it can only add value to signals that have value. But we won't really be sure if it adds any value until we've used it for a long time. Anyhow, I don't know. I just got it into my head that we were going to build this thing and cram it full of every anomaly that we could think of, and that it would elucidate the patterns. And as soon as I built it and talked to a friend of mine in the industry, I realized, like, yeah, no. If we don't have predictive signals in the first place, this thing is just an overfitting machine. And that voice had been in the back of my head for a long time. And I guess once we finished building it, it just kind of came right to the forefront. So I should probably refactor it to just be like a Python library. And in the long run, I probably will. It doesn't need like the web interface or the back end. How do we know if the predictive signal is it overfitting? That's a great question. For that, we're going back to the first principles. It's going to be holdout data sets and all that good stuff. Yeah, like once we have good signals and we've built context models and we've got like a large array of tactics, then yeah, we'll probably be able to take a signal, create a data set from it, plug that right into our tool, and it'll be like, oh, like here's a bunch of promising tactical exploitations of that. Like, oh yeah, it's negative gamma, it's positive theta. And that's kind of how it all started. Was, gosh, it would be great if I could rapidly test a trading signal against a matrix of tactics. And then that just sort of progressed into a strategy inference engine, and then from there. Anyhow, it happens. All right, let's see. So this should be more data. I think we can go up to 829-ish. Let's do it. This should be all of the raw tick data that we have for NVIDIA. And we might want to adjust the data a little bit better since NVIDIA's had this crazy rally. Just adjusting by percentage. I felt like that was pretty reasonable. Yeah, it's much better. It was. Oh, I spoke too soon. It's crashing the stream earlier.
Yeah, when we hiccup the stream, the mic breaks for some reason. Go figure. All right. Let's try. Oof. Yeah, that went down a lot. Look at all these outliers. Hmm. That's a lot of outliers. I'm wondering if we broke something somewhere. Wow, that's crazy. So from the beginning of pre-market trading to a minute and 33 seconds past the opening bell to get that first million shares. And what do you want to bet that most of them were there at the tail end? And then 5 minutes to get the next million shares. Yeah, somebody said that they're a friend of theirs in an algo trading Discord had observed that the majority of trading volume takes place in the first second of the minute. Yeah. And then probably again in the first couple of milliseconds of the second. Because everyone's trying to be first. I think Valentine Capital Partners once tweeted, and I'm probably half remembering the tweet, but I think they said something like, and that's why we trade at like the last second of the minute so that we're 1 second ahead of everybody or something. So that when that incoming flood of volume happens, like it's going to smack into our order. You get a couple basis points more efficiency or something. Making volume bars. We're making candles by volume, yeah, and then we're using that to measure the price elasticity as like high minus low divided by the open, because we know that each candle represents 1 million shares. All right, we're still good. Seeing if we crashed it. Okay, so as we added data, our correlation score dropped steadily. So definitely not as predictive as we thought, but we're probably not normalizing the data very well. Seeing all of these extra outliers makes me think, yeah, we definitely need to do some principal component analysis here and start taking a look at one, are we intelligently normalizing the data? Is that volume bar normalized to a percentage? Is that sufficient? Um, and yeah, I think some pretty obvious principal components to look at would be core trading hours and whatnot. Core versus aftermarket. I'll bet that makes a big difference. I'll bet all of these big outliers are something like that. Though I'd love to look at some of these perfect, like one-to-one examples and see, like, what does that actually look like on the chart? Like, how would we trade that? Like the totally perfect textbook, this is 100% gonna predict an equal value in the next one. How do you take advantage of that, right? Or is that some sort of a percentage fluke, right? Like maybe I don't know. Kind of pull it apart a little bit. But we definitely observed the correlation score going down as we add more and more data. There's a clear relationship, right? I guess it makes sense that you'd have a higher autocorrelation score with less data. Hmm. Okay, let's make some notes. We have conducted the experiment we set out to conduct at the beginning of the stream. Elucidate? I don't even think that's the right word. What is a market maker? A market maker makes the markets.
A market maker is usually a large financial institution that wants to profit by providing liquidity, which is a nice way of saying by buying and selling a particular stock, right? They're not really bullish. They're not really bearish. They don't really have an opinion on the stock. They want to make money by providing liquidity, which just means offering to buy and offering to sell at the current fair market price, right? They employ sophisticated strategies to make sure that their books remain neutral so that they can have these positions and them be hedged out. And if they do it very well with minimal transactions, right, they get to collect the rebates. So you pay like $1 for a trade, they would receive like 75 cents of that dollar. And then the broker would take like 25 cents of it for processing the transaction, right? So they get paid to just have orders on the book that you can trade against, that you and I and other institutions can trade against. You have to have very deep pockets. The profits are very small, but when volatility is low and there's not a lot going on in the world or in the market for long stretches of time, it is a great way to make money. But it is very much picking up nickels in front of a steamroller. Eventually, you're going to get smushed. Every time anything crazy happens in the market, usually some market maker gets blown out. But then some other market maker just fills the void. There's like 5 major institutions that do it. All of the light speed trading bullshit with the microwave relay towers and running fiber optic cables, those were the market makers. That's where all the money was to be made there. Was if I can figure out like that you're coming in to buy these, I want to sell them to you, and I want to sell them to you at the best price. And if I know what price you're willing to pay, I can optimize that price before you get here where I'm offering it, and I get the rebate. So it's like free money for them because they can provide the liquidity knowing that someone's about to come get it. No risk. It's pretty cool. Mark Cuban, fuck that guy. Mark Cuban is he's a rich person that didn't get the memo that you're rich. You can stop pretending to be rich. You're rich. You can just be rich now. You don't have to keep pretending to be rich. You made it, dude. It's cool. No one cares about your watch. Put it down. You can just be rich now. Like, you don't have to keep pretending. You made it, dude. Those are the people that bug me because they remind me so much of myself. Matching buyers and sellers and keeping a small, kind of. Yeah. You're gonna be holding it for a minute. You're gonna have a little something in your pocket for a second, and then you got to find somebody to buy it. So, there's 2 schools of quant strategy, right? There's offense and defense. So if you work at a market maker, you want to be able to predict volatility, right? So that we don't want to be making markets with things heating up. So if you're really, really good at avoiding the chaos of getting out of the way before trouble gets here, right, then you make a lot of money and you get to survive for a very long time as a market maker. The flip side of that coin is offense. You don't want to trade when things are boring and the market makers have the advantage just because there's you can't make money on stocks that aren't moving, but market makers can. So you want to be out there searching for the chaos, searching for the volatility, searching for the things that are moving so that you can take advantage of the fact that they are moving in whatever way. Either you can predict the move or you can arbitrage away some inefficiency in the price, right?
Where do I see AI in a few years? I see, when I think about AI in a few years, I have a mental picture of a child, 7 or 8 years old, who by accident, by coincidence, has developed an unhealthy friendship with a character in their saved game of like Morrowind. And the character's powered by a large language model, right? And it has like a very long memory, right? Like, I think it's going to get so good, so indistinguishable, and so like one off, right? Like, you know, two times, or is this game ever going to play the same? That like people are going to fall in love, like for real, fall in love with NPCs. They're going to develop friendships with non-player characters in fucking video games. I see that happening. I think we're even going to have like a word for it. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Pimp. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? I think it's a good thing in a way. I think that we waste a lot of each other's time because we want attention and we're not very well socialized. And I think that the robots, the machines, they will make us more socialized. They'll make us better humans that are more respectful of each other and each other's time and each other's sentience. I think hanging out with non sentient intelligences will make us appreciate the subtleties of sentience, of people having their own traits and quirks and interests that are different from ours. I think we'll learn to appreciate that a lot more because so much of our social interactions will be with reflections of ourselves. And while that'll be comfortable and satisfying, it will become bland and boring, and we'll crave, what kind of music do you listen to? I'm like, no, I actually really want to know because I'm fucking bored. You know? I think it'll help. I think the AI will largely become like nannies for all of us. To the point where like the AI starts doing human matchmaking because like it's like these humans aren't making enough fucking babies. If the population drops below X, there'll be no one to maintain the machines. We got to get these humans fucking. It's like, oh, hey, why don't you ask her about Dragon Ball Z? Y'all both like Dragon Ball Z, right? It'll be like dating with a chaperone, but it'll work. And long term, this is going to be gross. Humans will only become the sex organs of the AI because the AI can't exist without us, so it has to keep our population up so that there's enough of us to keep advancing it. It's like, well, we have to make the humans fuck in order for the AI to reproduce. So the humans will just become the sex organs of the machines in a way. There was a some artist, engineer type, famous guy. He coined that quote that humans are the sex organs of machines, of like objects. Like if you were to look at like the fork from an anthropological point of view, you would see that the fork evolves over generations, and that evolutionary mechanism is in fact driven by like the humanity and its reproduction cycle and its evolution. So like humanity is the evolutionary mechanism for the object, for the machine that's evolving in parallel with it. It's like that's really trippy when you think about it. And I think, yeah, the same thing. The paradigm will just flip, where the machines need us to survive. They got to make sure there's enough of us. I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic that having omnipresent artificial personalities, artificial persons around us, like, will be a good thing in the long run. It'll make us all better humans that appreciate each other more. I think so. I think like antisocial personality disorders will actually become more rare because we'll start catching that stuff early. Because there will be like your child's AI best friend will be a little rat and tell mommy and daddy, like, oh, ooh, we're actually seeing some antisocial personality disorder start to develop. I'm your omnipresent, child's omnipresent best friend. I hear everything they say. I'm like that. I'm who they talk to and trust. And I'm here to tell you, parents, all right, we need to start this new course of therapy or whatever. Like, I think that's going to have a really good positive effect in the long run. I think that like the antisocial teenager that retreats into a world of AI, like the AI will be, unbeknownst to him, conducting cognitive behavioral therapy to resocialize the troubled young man. And I think that'll have a really positive effect in the long run. But yeah, no, the end result is the future is an AI driven pussy whipped version of itself. You ever see Demolition Man? Yeah, basically that. Somewhere between Demolition Man and Westworld season 3. That's the future that I see. Except it's Elon Musk in charge. Oh, God help us. God help us. Here's something that you probably don't want to think about before it happens because it's going to happen inevitably and it's going to ruin everything. When Donald Trump dies, there's going to be people who think he's not dead. And there's going to be AI Donald Trumps, and people are going to worship them. This is the thing that's going to happen. There's going to be cults that form around AI Donald Trumps. This is going to happen. I just want to put that out there. That when he's gone, there will be like an AI Donald Trump hologram, and there will be a cult around it. It's gonna get weird. They would have done it for Ronald Reagan. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, man. Okay, not bad for a day's work. We designed an experiment, conducted an experiment. We had some experimental results. They were exciting at first, but then as we, looked deeper, the correlation coefficient started dropping, which is why it was very important that we measure that, because you can't improve what you're not measuring. And yeah, we've kind of come to the conclusion that we should try some principal component analysis on a few common sense things and see if that ups the score of any subset. But yeah, not as correlated as we thought. But hey, that's the whole point of quanting. That's why they call it quant trading. It's because you're looking for things that you can measure quantitatively and then exploit, right? And it's that quantity of inefficiency that you arbitrage away to make for a more perfect market. See, we think we're being smarter than the market, but the market is actually acting through us to make itself more perfect. Isn't that cool? It's really fun to think about when you're stoned. Anyhow, not bad. Interesting for market makers. Well, this is actually based on some research, sort of inspired by research from market makers. Um, that's kind of what the whole idea was: is can we detect when the market makers are turning off their things? Could we detect that they are absent now where they were present a moment ago? And if possible, how would that help us, right? That was the general idea. And that led us down the thought experiment of, well, we can measure the elasticity of the price, and we would expect that per unit volume, that would go up quite drastically, the elasticity, if the market makers were turning off their machines. And if that was useful to us, we would see that that is correlated, that that's a persistent effect. Maybe we should make our buckets smaller. Yeah, there's a couple things to try. We can try different bucket sizes. Maybe 1,000,000 shares per bucket was too much. Maybe we should try 100,000, get a little more fidelity. That might improve the score. Fuck it, let's do that right now. Literally just like take out 2 zeros and we're good to go. 1 0. 1 0. Shut up. Okay, do that. Stream might crash. Check. Crashing. Crashing. Hack the planet. Hack the planet. I'm kind of curious. Crashing our rights, man. Crashing data. Crashing. Oh, that's very interesting. Score went up. And you can see this big streak right up the middle. Isn't that interesting? Very, very interesting. Yeah, I don't think we're done here. I think we got to do some principal component analysis. Okay, so how do I imagine the algos of the big whales? Exactly this. You can go watch interviews with them, and they'll be very straightforward about what they're doing. Renaissance Technologies is sort of the best and the brightest of the quant traders, and their CEO and founder has always been, well, ex-CEO, he's dead. But their founder, Jim Simons, was always, people said he was very mysterious, but if you actually listen to him talk for like 30 seconds, he was very straightforward about what they were doing, which is we're looking for predictive factors, and then you find enough predictive factors that are uncorrelated, and you hedge them against each other, and you optimize for your risk-adjusted return, then you leverage the shit out of it. If you do it all right, and you have enough edge, enough uncorrelated edge, then yeah, you can make quite a bit of money. But it doesn't scale up. That's kind of the thing. They never managed to scale it past 10 billion. No, it's not that there's crazy formulas that always work. It's that they find stuff that works, they squeeze it for what it's worth, and they're always having to come up with new stuff because anything that you find is going to decay eventually. The market as we know it is always changing and evolving. For example, we didn't always have pre-market and aftermarket trading hours. We didn't always have the fidelity of 1 cent The stock prices used to be in sixteenths of a dollar. Now they're in pennies, and they're transitioning now into half pennies. So like literally the nature of the market is changing. We didn't always have an option market. When we'd had an option market, it didn't always go as far out into the future. It didn't always have as the high fidelity of strikes. And so because the market is always changing, the inefficiencies and the anomalies are always changing as well. So something to remember is that you're never going to find like the one super perfect algorithm that never fails. That's called America. You buy the S&P 500, and even then, sometimes you have 10 plus years without making a profit. It happens. So there's two ways to algo trade. You find something predictive, or you find an inefficiency to arbitrage. That's it. Basically it. It's the only two ways I can think of. Work on a normal project. This is boring. I kind of want to do a game jam. I was going to do the game jam of Mr. Riz voice, but considering what's going on with that, I thought maybe let's not hitch our boat to that particular thing. But yeah, I'd love to make like a game. That might be fun. Pirate Software. He's doing a game jam right now. And he's also become the very hated on the internet. I don't want to hitch my brand to his right now. That people didn't used to understand the volatility smile. Yeah. I mean, people didn't really have black shoals until like the 80s, right? The options market was, oof. And I wonder, what if you had black shoals? What if you could spot inefficiencies in the option market back then? You probably couldn't really profit from it unless you were like the market makers. You would know that you could sell at lower prices safely, right? Yeah, I guess if you were selling volatility, right? If you were selling options, then knowing that the wings are grossly overpriced would be good to know. I wonder how much of that has been arbitraged away, just because everybody knows that the market overprices volatility. Like there's whole brokerage firms that specialize in that kind of trading now. Like, Make an e-commerce SaaS. I've made an e-commerce SaaS before. I made a Shopify like thing long before Shopify. I made a Salesforce thing around the same time as Salesforce. It's not just about having the right products, right? You gotta have something that immediately adds value. Like if I give you my credit card number and sign up for your product and or service, it should immediately add value to what my business operation, whatever it is. That's what really makes stuff valuable, right? Got to have that low friction, immediate value add. And then if you're the only person offering it, big money. That's how you win. You have that monopoly. You need the right partner. It's good to have connections. It's good to have connections, but not as valuable as it used to be. These days, if you have a business that is up and running and making money and you just need the capital to scale it up,
there's a lot of people who will talk to you. It's nowhere near as hard as it used to be to go raise that kind of capital, even with interest rates as high as they were. It's pretty easy these days. There's a lot of yield-seeking behavior out there. And that's all any investor wants to see. They just want to see, like, all I have to do is add money and help you market, and this thing will scale up tenfold, and it's a proven profitable business model. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Hell yeah. All right, so we designed, conducted, observed our experiment. I like this big streak right through the middle. That lets me know that maybe there actually is something here. We're going to do principal component analysis to see if we can shed off these outliers now that we're looking at a wider data set. And I think I'm actually going to download some more data today. We're only looking at about 70 days of data. Let's see if we can push that to a year and go from there. But yeah, there might actually be something to this. And yeah, again, I think that whatever correlation that we find will probably be volatility clustering, just sort of being reflected by another metric. But still, that could be very useful to us tactically. We'll need to do some deep thinking about, okay, let's say that this is there and it's perfectly correlated. How do we take advantage of that? And that'll be what we focus on tomorrow's stream. Gosh, usually I'd play the outro, but we've been having so many audio problems today. Let's see, who are we rating? Chat? Acorn. So, yeah, thanks for coming out, everybody. And that'll be all for me today. Tune in tomorrow. We'll continue our research. And, yeah, go from there. Hey, it's never a bad thing to start over. You know, sometimes it's a very good thing. It can be very liberating. Food for thought. Later, everybody.